I didn't think much of it when I first decided to spend the weekend at the cabin in the woods. I'd been looking for a break from everything. The endless work emails, phone calls, and the constant pressure of city life. The idea of a peaceful weekend, isolated from the noise of everyday life, seemed like the perfect escape. I had rented the place from a guy named Owen, a small, weathered cabin on the outskirts of a little town, surrounded by towering pine trees. The whole area felt forgotten, as if the world had slowly left it behind. It was a part of nature that was still untouched, and I was eager to experience it. Owen had given me a set of directions over the phone, and after a few hours of driving, I finally arrived. The cabin was just as I had imagined it, quaint, rustic, and far from the modern luxuries of the city. A single-story wooden structure with a sloped roof, a small front porch, and an old stone chimney. A faint smell of pine and damp wood hung in the air. As I stepped out of my car, the silence of the woods wrapped around me, thick and unbroken. There wasn't a sound except for the distant rustling of leaves in the breeze. I hadn't expected the place to be luxurious, that wasn't the point. It was the quiet I craved, the stillness. But the first thing that struck me was how isolated it felt. There were no other cabins nearby, no sign of life at all. It was just me, the woods, and the cabin. The only company was the deep, dense forest that stretched for miles around. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The cabin was small, with just a living area, a kitchen, and one bedroom. The wooden floor creaked beneath my feet as I explored, running my fingers over the old furniture. The place had a kind of charm to it, a lived-in feel, but it was clear it had been untouched for some time. The air inside was musty, and there was a faint smell of something else, something a bit sour, but I chalked it up to the age of the cabin. I spent the next few hours unpacking, settling in, and enjoying the peace. I made some tea, curled up on the couch with a book, and let the time slip away. The outside world seemed miles away, and I had the place to myself. The evening came quickly, and the sky outside darkened, the stars slowly becoming visible as the night enveloped the forest. Around 8 p.m., I decided to take a walk. The woods were quiet, but the air was crisp and refreshing, the kind of cold that nipped at your skin but felt invigorating. I grabbed a flashlight from the cabin and set off down a small dirt path that ran parallel to the cabin. The flashlight beam barely pierced the thick darkness of the trees, casting long, eerie shadows along the trail. The sound of my boots crunching on the dry leaves was the only noise as I walked deeper into the forest. After about 20 minutes, I stopped and looked around. The woods stretched on endlessly, the tall pines towering above me, blocking out any view of the stars. The silence was unnerving. It wasn't just peaceful. It was almost suffocating. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I shrugged off the unease. It was just my imagination. A little too much time spent in my own head, I thought. I turned around and started heading back to the cabin, but the feeling didn't go away. It only grew stronger as I approached the clearing where the cabin was supposed to be. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, some shadow cast by the trees. But no, there, just beyond the clearing, was a figure standing still, watching me. I froze. The figure didn't move, didn't even acknowledge my presence. It was tall, cloaked in something dark, almost blending with the trees behind it. The shape seemed unnatural, like it was made of shadows. My heart started to race, and my breath caught in my throat. I blinked, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, but the figure didn't change. It was still there, perfectly still, as though it had been waiting for me. I backed up, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. My thoughts scrambled. What was I supposed to do? My phone was back at the cabin, and there was no one else around. No one would hear me if I screamed. I took a step back, then another, but the figure didn't move. Still, my instincts screamed at me to get back to the cabin, to lock the door and never look back. I turned quickly and ran, my legs pushing me faster than I thought I could move. My heart was pounding in my chest, and the only sound I could hear was my own ragged breathing, the crunch of leaves beneath my feet, and the sound of my boots hitting the dirt path. The figure was still behind me, though. I could feel its presence, like a weight on my back. The cabin came into view, and I sprinted the last few feet, slamming the door shut behind me. I leaned against it, breathing heavily, trying to steady myself. My hands were shaking as I locked the door and checked all the windows. I didn't sleep much that night. The image of that dark figure haunted me. I didn't know what I had seen, but I couldn't deny that it was real. The next morning, I told myself it was just my nerves getting the best of me. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe the shadows played tricks on me. I even considered leaving early, but I didn't want to give in to fear. I went about my day, trying to shake off the unsettling experience. I took a walk in the woods again, this time staying closer to the cabin. But the quiet was oppressive, and I kept feeling like something was watching me from the trees. As the day went on, the strange feeling only intensified. It was like the woods were alive, and I wasn't alone. I found myself looking over my shoulder constantly, expecting to see that figure again, but it never appeared. By late afternoon, I decided to head back to the cabin for good. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the ground. I walked back, faster than before, wanting nothing more than to be safe inside. But as I reached the clearing, I stopped dead in my tracks. There, on the front porch of the cabin, was a figure. Not the same shadowy one, but a man. Tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a flannel shirt and a baseball cap. He was standing still, staring directly at the door. I couldn't make out his face, but the sight of him made my stomach turn. I thought about running. I thought about getting in my car and driving away, leaving everything behind. But something told me I needed to face it. I needed to know who this was. I walked slowly towards him, my feet heavy with uncertainty. The man didn't move. He just stood there, unmoving, his back turned to me. As I got closer, I realized that he wasn't just standing, he was waiting for something. I stopped a few feet away from him, my mind racing with questions. Who was he? How had he gotten here? The cabin was far from any main road. There was no way he could have arrived without me noticing. The man shifted slightly, and that's when I saw it. A small, blood-stained cloth hanging from his pocket. My heart dropped into my stomach. It was a hunting rag, the kind people used to clean their knives or wipe off blood after a kill. Suddenly, I understood. The figure I had seen in the woods, the man on the porch, they were connected. They were the same person. My instincts kicked in, and I backed away, my body reacting before my mind could catch up. I turned and ran, my feet pounding against the earth, my lungs burning as I sprinted towards the woods. I didn't look back. I couldn't afford to. I made it to the car, jumped in, and sped away, the tires kicking up dirt as I tore down the dirt path and into the night. I didn't stop driving until I was well past the town, my heart still racing. I didn't care about the cabin anymore. I didn't care about the weekend getaway or the solitude I had wanted so badly. What I had encountered wasn't a trick of the mind. It was real, and I was lucky to have escaped with my life. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching me from the woods, waiting for the right moment to strike. But I wasn't going back. The rain had been falling steadily for hours when I arrived at the cabin. It wasn't a big place, just a small, weathered structure tucked away in the middle of the woods. I'd rented it for the weekend, hoping to get away from everything. I had my dog, Max, with me. He's a big, black Labrador, loyal to a fault, and he's been my companion through just about everything in the last few years. We pulled up to the cabin just as the sun was setting, casting a grayish hue over the landscape. I could hear the wind howling through the trees, bending their branches with a strength that was both unnerving and impressive. The cabin stood there, uninviting, almost as if it had been forgotten by time itself. There was something about it that felt wrong, but I brushed it off. I'd been looking forward to this break for weeks, and nothing was going to ruin it. Max bounded out of the car before I could even reach for the keys, his paws splashing in the mud as he made a beeline for the cabin's front door. I smiled, shaking my head. He was always the first to get excited about new places. The door creaked when I opened it. The smell of old wood and dampness hit me immediately, and I stepped inside with Max right behind me. The interior was simple, just the basics. A few old chairs, a fireplace in the corner, and a small kitchen with a rusty stove. The place looked like it had been abandoned for some time, but everything seemed in order. I figured I'd just clean up a bit and settle in. Max trotted around, sniffing everything as if he had never seen a cabin before. His tail wagged furiously, as it always did when he was exploring a new space. I dropped my bag by the door and walked to the kitchen, setting up a bowl of water for Max before unpacking some of my things. The storm outside was growing worse. The wind howled through the cracks in the walls, and I could hear the trees creaking under the pressure of the gusts. I wasn't particularly scared of storms, but the noise, combined with the eerie stillness of the cabin, made me uneasy. Still, I did my best to shake it off and focus on getting comfortable. Max lay down in front of the fireplace, panting softly, his head on his paws. I gave him a scratch behind the ears before turning my attention to the fire. The logs crackled as I managed to get the flames going, filling the room with warmth. It was cozy, too cozy, almost, but I didn't think much of it. I had a good book with me, and I figured I could read for a while, have a hot drink, and just let the storm pass. I had just settled into my chair, sipping on a cup of tea, when I heard it. A knock came from the door. Max's head shot up immediately. His ears perked, and he growled low in his throat. It was strange, because I hadn't heard anyone approach the cabin. No car, no footsteps, nothing. Just the knock. It wasn't a loud, urgent knock either, but soft, almost tentative, as though someone was uncertain of whether or not they should be there. I sat frozen for a moment, staring at the door. My heart started to race, and my mind spun with possibilities. Maybe it was the neighbor, though I didn't remember seeing any other cabins nearby when I arrived. Or perhaps it was someone who had gotten lost in the storm. But something about the knock, it didn't feel right. Max was still growling, his hackles raised. I reached over and grabbed the flashlight from the table, holding it tightly in my hand as I stood. There was no way I was opening that door without knowing who was on the other side. I slowly walked to the door, my pulse quickening with each step. Max followed me, staying close, his eyes locked on the door. I peeked through the small peephole in the door, but I saw nothing. No person, no car, no sign of anyone having been there at all. I felt my stomach twist with unease. I stood there for a moment, listening. The wind and rain still battered the cabin, but there was nothing else. No footsteps, no voices, just the sound of the storm. Finally, I decided to open the door. I didn't know what I was expecting, but when I did, there was nothing. Just the rain falling in sheets and the darkness of the woods surrounding me. My heart sank. There was no one out there. Max, however, was still on edge. He wouldn't leave the doorway, his growl never quite fading. It was as though he knew something I didn't. I pushed the door closed, the sound of the latch clicking loudly in the silence. Max gave one final low growl, then turned away, his tail still low, clearly disturbed. I tried to shake off the feeling of dread creeping up my spine. The storm was likely playing tricks on me, making me feel uneasy in a place I wasn't familiar with. I walked back to the fireplace, but Max refused to settle. Instead, he paced back and forth, sniffing around the room, then staring at the door, growling again. I couldn't understand it. Nothing made sense. But one thing was clear. I wasn't going to get any rest tonight if Max kept this up. So I did what I thought was best. I decided to go to bed early, hoping the calm of sleep would help ease my mind. As I lay in bed, the rain continued to pound against the roof. I had Max curled up at my feet, his body warm and solid, though still tense. The occasional creak of the cabin and the distant rumble of thunder did nothing to ease the anxiety that had settled in my chest. I kept hearing small noises throughout the night. The soft tap of something against the window, the creak of floorboards, the distant sound of footsteps outside. Max was awake too, his ears twitching at every sound, his body still on alert. At one point, he even stood up and growled, low and menacing, staring at the door. But when I checked, there was nothing there. No one. The next morning, I woke up to a gray, overcast sky. The storm had passed, but the clouds hung low in the sky, casting everything in a dull, lifeless light. I stretched, groaning, and got out of bed. Max was still lying by the foot of the bed, his eyes following me as I moved around the cabin. I was exhausted. I hadn't slept well at all, my mind plagued with strange thoughts and images from the night before, but I tried to shake it off. I figured I'd go for a walk and clear my head. I grabbed my jacket and stepped outside, with Max trailing right behind me. The air was damp, but the fresh scent of the forest filled my lungs. We walked along the path, Max sniffing at the ground, and I tried to distract myself with the beauty of the forest. The tall trees towered above, their leaves swaying in the wind, and the forest floor was soft with moss and fallen leaves. That's when I noticed something odd. There were footprints in the mud. They were fresh, too fresh to have been left by anyone else, and they led straight into the woods. Max stopped suddenly, his body stiffening as he growled in the direction of the footprints. I looked around, my heart pounding. There was no sign of anyone, but the footprints were unmistakable. Whoever had been here, they had been close, too close. I didn't know what to do. I wasn't sure if I should investigate or just head back to the cabin. But the idea of leaving Max alone inside, with whatever had been lurking around, was too unsettling. So, with Max at my side, I decided to follow the trail. The forest was dense, and the path was barely visible. We pushed through the underbrush, the footprints leading us deeper into the woods. The further we went, the more my unease grew. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made my heart race. But still, we pressed on. The trail eventually led us to a small clearing. In the center of it stood an old, dilapidated shack. It was barely standing, its wood rotting and its roof caved in. A strange chill ran down my spine as I approached it. Max growled, a deep, low rumble in his chest. I didn't want to go any closer. Something about that shack didn't sit right with me. Felt like a place where bad things had happened. But before I could turn back, I heard a rustling sound behind me. I spun around, my heart skipping a beat. There was nothing there. I knew I needed to leave. We made our way back to the cabin as quickly as possible. Max was tense, his body coiled, ready to spring at any moment. We entered the cabin, and I bolted the door behind us. I knew something was out there, something I couldn't explain, but whatever it wasn't going to get us. Later that day, I packed up and left the cabin. I wasn't going to stay another night, not with that feeling of being watched, of something lurking just out of sight. As I drove away, Max sat beside me, his calm presence a small comfort in the chaos that had unfolded. Looking back at the cabin one last time, I knew I was never coming back. Whatever was out there, it could have the place. I was 32 when I signed on for that month-long relief duty in northern Idaho. At the time, I was working out of McCall, but one of the senior rangers up near the Seven Devils Range had a family emergency, and they needed someone to cover his post until he got back. His name was Larry Brown, and his cabin sat at the edge of the Snake River Basin, right where the trails start getting narrow and the trees take over the sky. I wasn't new to the job. I'd been a park ranger for almost 7 years by then. I'd done shifts in all kinds of places, Yellowstone, Glacier, up through northern Montana during fire season, even a winter post once in the Dakotas, but I'd never been stationed in a place so isolated for so long. Usually, we worked in teams or within at least an hour's hike of each other. This was different. Larry's cabin was alone, 12 miles off any maintained road, accessible only by a long logging path that barely handled my four-wheel drive. Once the first snowfall came, they said even that would be impassable. It was late September when I drove in. The forest was thick, older than it looked, with pine trunks stretching high and close like 100 cold fingers pointing straight up. The air had that dry crunch to it, the kind you feel in your nose before a cold front moves in. Most of the tourists had gone. Hunting season was coming soon, and then the trails would empty out completely except for a few backcountry hikers and a couple of local outfitters running guided hunts. Larry had already cleared out the cabin for me, left the generator fueled, stocked the pantry, gave me a radio frequency and a stack of paper logs. The place was old but solid. Small, one room with a separate shed for tools and a shortwave tower out back for the radio. The windows had thick wooden shutters that could be barred from the inside, which I found odd for a ranger cabin. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. Not peaceful quiet, but heavy quiet, the kind that presses against your ears. It made even the tiniest noises. My boots on the porch, the wind brushing against the roof, feel sharp. The first week passed slowly. My job was mostly routine. Patrol the trails during the day, check weather and fire conditions, log animal sightings, report in once every other day to the main station in Riggins. I'd make my rounds in the morning, spend the afternoon on maintenance or paperwork. Nights, I'd read or listen to the radio. No internet. No TV. Just wind and trees and the occasional distant howl of something wild. By the 10th day, I had the layout memorized, where the narrow game trails cut across the old logging roads, which trees had marks from bears, which creeks had beaver dams or sign of otters. I started noticing odd things around then. Nothing big at first. Small things, like stacked stones in odd places, little piles balanced too neatly on top of trail markers or tucked between logs where no hiker would bother to go. Once, I found a deer skull resting on a flat stone just off the ridge trail, its antlers broken off, both sockets bored clean. I wrote it all down in the logs like I was supposed to, chalked it up to hunters or maybe some survivalist types marking territory. I'd run into that before in northern Montana. Guys who lived out there all season long, off-grid, away from people. Some were harmless, some weren't. I kept a sidearm on me during all my hikes, always have. The first real sign something was wrong happened 2 weeks in. I'd hiked up to Lookout Ridge, about 6 miles from the cabin, where there was an old fire watch platform. It hadn't been used in years. Wooden planks all gray and warped, ladder half rotted. From up there, you could see deep into the basin all the way down the river gorge. I'd stopped to eat lunch and take some photos of the tree line when I spotted smoke. Not fire smoke, not thick and rising, but a thin column like a cook fire. It was coming from deep in the no camping zone. That whole area was marked restricted due to landslide risk and unstable terrain. I radioed it in and decided to hike down closer. It took me 3 hours to reach the approximate spot, but by the time I got there, the smoke was gone. No sign of a fire. No ashes. No footprints. Nothing but rocks and pine needles. I stood still for a long time. The wind had died. The forest felt wrong, still but not calm, like something was holding its breath. Back at the cabin that night, I heard what I thought were footsteps outside, just past midnight. I'd shut the shutters and locked the door, same as every night, and I kept my boots by the stove. I woke up because the generator clicked off power loss. It sometimes happened when fuel ran low, but I just topped it off the day before. When I got up to check the fuel line, I heard it, soft crunches, like someone walking slowly over gravel and pine needles. Not an animal. Too slow, too measured. I stayed still by the door for almost 10 minutes, breathing as quietly as I could, hand on my belt. Then I heard the handle rattle. Not hard, just a test. A soft clink like someone lightly turning it. Then silence. I didn't sleep again that night. When daylight came, I stepped out with my sidearm and walked a slow circle around the cabin. No prints. No broken branches. The fuel line had been unscrewed, not yanked or chewed, but unscrewed cleanly. I wrote it all in the log and started locking the door during the day too. Over the next week, more things happened. I found a dead coyote placed on my trail. Not roadkill. Its legs had been bent the wrong way, body placed like it was posed, not just dropped. A circle of stones around it. No blood, no sign of struggle. 3 days later, I returned from patrol to find the cabin door wide open. Nothing missing. Nothing moved, but the generator was shut off again, and the shutters on the back window had been unlatched. There was no sign of forced entry. I'd locked everything that morning. I started using a padlock I'd brought with me for the tool shed and ran a second chain through the door handle. Even then, I didn't feel safe. I started sleeping with the rifle next to me, not just the sidearm. Then came the night I found the radio static. It was close to 1 a.m. I had the radio on low, tuned to the park dispatch frequency. It was mostly quiet chatter, check-ins from other stations, weather reports, that kind of thing. But then it went silent. Not off, just blank. A static hum. Then, faintly, like it was leaking in from another frequency, I heard something. First, it sounded like breathing, then maybe whispering, but not words, just soft, rhythmic noises, like someone humming a tune that didn't follow any beat. I leaned in closer and turned the volume up. Right then, the humming stopped, and I heard a single sharp knock, like someone tapping a microphone. Then nothing but static. I turned the radio off. I sat in silence for almost an hour after that, heart hammering. I couldn't explain it. Maybe a bleed over from a nearby frequency, maybe a prank. But out there, that deep into the forest, there weren't supposed to be any other stations within signal range. The next morning, I climbed the tower behind the cabin to check the antenna. Everything was fine. No weather damage. No luose wiring. But while I was up there, I looked out toward the tree line and saw movement. Someone stood at the edge of the forest, just far enough away I couldn't make out details. Not walking, just standing. I stared for a long time trying to make out features, but the figure never moved. Then I blinked, and they were gone. I climbed down fast, rifle slung, and walked out to the spot. No one there, no tracks. I requested early extraction that afternoon. It took them 4 days to get a snowcat up there because an early storm rolled through. During those days, I didn't sleep more than a few hours. Every night, I heard sounds outside, crunching, slow walking, tapping on the windows. Once, I woke up to the sound of my name being carved into the cabin wall. Not scratched, not etched, carved, deep and slow, with long pauses between each letter. I never caught anyone. The second night, it appeared again, this time my last name just below it. The night before extraction, I sealed the shutters from the inside and stacked furniture against the door. I sat with the rifle all night, sweating and shaking. Just before dawn, I heard it again. Faint footsteps on the porch, followed by a dragging sound across the shutters. Then silence. When the snowcat arrived, I practically ran out the door. The guy who picked me up asked if I'd been in a fight, said I looked like hell, pale, gaunt. shaky. I didn't answer. When I got back to base, I filed a full report, every detail, every sighting, every noise. They said they'd investigate, but I knew how it would go. No bodies, no evidence, no crime. Just a stressed ranger with too much time alone in the woods. I left the service the next year, moved south, got a job in fire prevention out near Bakersfield. I still hike, but never alone. I never go more than a few miles out. I've never stayed overnight in the backcountry since. A few months ago, I got an email from a former coworker. He'd heard they'd reopened the cabin post up near Snake River. New guy took the job, younger guy, real eager. I didn't reply. I didn't want to know how it ended. But sometimes I wonder if the new guy will find those carvings too. And if he does, how long he'll last once he realizes he's not alone out there. Because I know what I heard, what I saw, and no one can convince me it was just the woods. Something or someone was watching me, and they're still out there. It had been years since I'd gone up to the cabin, a secluded place, tucked away in the rolling hills of Pennsylvania, the kind of place you'd find when you wander off the beaten path, the kind of place my uncle used to retreat to when the noise of the world became too much. He had passed away unexpectedly a few years ago, and the cabin had been left to me. I never really thought much about it until now. It was a long weekend, and I figured a break from city life would be good for me. The city had its charm, but sometimes the constant hum of traffic and the endless rush of people just gets to you. So, with nothing pressing, I decided to spend a few days alone in the cabin, thinking it would give me the peace I needed. The drive out there wasn't much to write home about. It was a few hours out of Pittsburgh, through winding country roads. The trees were just beginning to lose their leaves, the air crisp with the coming of fall. The clouds hung heavy, the threat of rain always in the distance, but nothing too alarming. It felt like the perfect weather for the solitude I was craving. When I pulled up to the cabin, it looked just as it always had. Weathered wood, a steep roof, and a small porch that had seen better days. I grabbed my bag from the back of the truck and walked up the creaky stairs. The door was unlocked, just as I remembered. It was the kind of cabin that didn't need locks or alarms. Quiet, isolated, and forgotten by most people. Inside, the familiar smell of pine and dust filled the air. The floorboards creaked underfoot as I set down my things and took a look around. The place hadn't changed much since I was last here. If anything, it had become a little more worn, a little more tired. There was a stone fireplace in the corner, a few mismatched chairs scattered around a low coffee table, and an old wood stove that still looked like it could warm the place up if needed. I set about unpacking, settling into the rhythm of cabin life. I lit a fire in the fireplace, made a simple dinner, and sat on the couch with a book. As night began to fall, the wind picked up outside, rustling the trees. The rain hadn't started yet, but I could feel it in the air. The sound of the wind howling against the cabin felt comforting in a way, like the house was standing firm against the storm outside. The flicker of the fire cast long shadows across the room, giving everything a warm, almost inviting glow. By the time I finished my meal and poured myself a drink, the rain had started. Light at first, then heavier, the sound of it hitting the roof and windows almost deafening. I glanced out the window at the blackness beyond the cabin. The night was thick, the only light coming from the fire and the occasional flash of lightning in the distance. For a moment, I felt a pang of unease, but I brushed it off. There was nothing out there, nothing but the woods and the storm. I spent the next few hours reading and trying to distract myself. The wind was loud, but that wasn't what unsettled me. It was a sound, a faint knocking, like something tapping against the walls. At first, I thought it was just the wind, the trees perhaps slamming against the cabin, but after a while, I realized it wasn't. The sound was rhythmic, almost deliberate, and it was coming from somewhere near the back of the cabin. I set my book down, straining my ears. The storm outside had intensified, and the rain was coming down in sheets, but I could still hear it, the tapping. I stood up slowly, my heart rate quickening. The cabin was small, and I knew every inch of it. I had checked the doors and windows earlier. Everything was locked up tight. There was no reason for anyone to be out there, especially not in the middle of this storm. I grabbed a flashlight from the drawer by the sink, then cautiously walked to the back door. It was still locked. I flicked the light on and shone it out the window. Nothing, just the trees swaying in the wind. I felt a little foolish for getting worked up over something so trivial, but the feeling of unease didn't go away. The tapping had stopped, but I couldn't shake the sense that something was wrong. I turned away from the door and was about to head back to the living room when I noticed something strange. The kitchen window, one of the small, fogged-up panes near the back, was slightly ajar. I never remembered opening it, and in all my years coming here, that window had always been sealed shut. I walked over to it and gently closed it, making sure it was secure. It could have been the wind, I told myself, but deep down I wasn't so sure. After locking the window, I checked the back door one more time and returned to the fire. The tapping, the open window, it was all adding to the tension I hadn't expected. It was like a thread of something sinister had started to unravel, and now I couldn't ignore it. I tried to focus on the fire, on the book in front of me, but I couldn't. It wasn't until later that night, when the storm was at its worst, that the real terror began. I had been trying to fall asleep, the storm still raging outside, when I heard a crash. It came from the back of the cabin, and it was loud enough to make my heart race. I shot upright, my breathing shallow. It wasn't like the tapping from earlier, it was a definite, unmistakable crash. Something or someone had just hit the back door. I grabbed the flashlight again, this time clutching it like a weapon. My hands were shaking as I crept toward the back of the cabin. The wind was howling outside, and the rain was battering the windows, but everything inside the cabin was eerily still. My footsteps were muffled against the wooden floor, but my heartbeat seemed to echo in the silence. I reached the back door and slowly pressed my ear to it. Nothing. I couldn't hear a thing, but the door was still trembling slightly. Something had hit it. I hesitated, but then slowly, I turned the knob and pulled the door open just enough to peek out. The rain was coming down in sheets, and the wind was howling, but there was no one there. No sign of what had caused the crash. I checked the porch quickly, nothing. Still uneasy, I stepped back inside, locking the door again. I could feel my nerves fraying. Whatever was happening, whatever had caused that noise, didn't feel right. It wasn't an animal, I knew that much. The storm had kept all the wildlife tucked away in their dens. I went back to the living room and sank into one of the chairs, trying to gather my thoughts. What if someone was out there? What if they had been watching me, waiting for the right moment? I knew the area well enough to know that there were people who lived in the woods, people who didn't care for strangers. But this felt different. Whoever or whatever was out there wasn't acting like the typical recluses I had heard stories about. I stayed up for hours after that, the storm showing no signs of slowing down. The crashing sound didn't come again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The night dragged on in a kind of suffocating silence, broken only by the storm outside and my increasingly paranoid thoughts. By morning, the rain had stopped. The world outside was soaked, the trees glistening with droplets. But the feeling of unease still lingered, like a shadow that refused to leave. I had spent the entire night staring at the walls, unable to rest. It was time to leave, I realized. I didn't care about the weekend anymore. Something wasn't right, and I wasn't about to wait around to figure out what it was. I packed my things quickly, deciding that I'd drive back to the city, get some rest, and forget about the events of the night. As I stepped out the door, I looked around once more, my eyes scanning the woods beyond. The cabin had always felt like a safe place, a retreat from the world. But now it felt more like a trap. I turned to walk toward my truck, but then I froze. There, just beyond the tree line, a figure was standing still, watching me. A tall man, hunched slightly, his face obscured by a hood. I couldn't make out his features, but I knew he was there, and he had been there for a while. My stomach dropped, and I ran to my truck, not looking back. As I sped down the road, the image of that figure burned into my mind. I never went back to that cabin. I don't know if it was someone from the woods or something else entirely, but I didn't care. Some places are meant to be forgotten, and some memories are best left behind. It was the fall of 2009 when I got sent out to that cabin in eastern Oregon. I was 34 back then, working a contract job for a private logistics company that handled off-the-book supply drops for government agencies. Nothing flashy, just driving out equipment, picking up crates, that sort of thing. Most of what I delivered never got opened in front of me, and I never asked questions. That's how the job worked. You keep your head down, you do what you're told, and you don't screw with the chain of command. That cabin wasn't on any map I had, but I was given a GPS pin and an access code. It sat somewhere off an old logging road about 90 minutes east of La Pine. You wouldn't find it unless someone told you where it was. All I was told was that it was a temporary post for a joint law enforcement task force, and they needed a shipment of supplies, rations, gear, and a generator. I didn't ask who was stationed there or why it was so far off-grid. The drive-in was rough. My truck jolted over old gravel and busted up tree roots for a good half hour after I left the last paved road. Pines thick on both sides, hardly any daylight cutting through. That kind of quiet that presses in on your ears. It was early October, and the mornings were already frosty. I remember my breath fogging up the inside of the windshield, the heater barely keeping up. I pulled up to the cabin just before noon. It was bigger than I expected, 2 stories, wood frame, metal roof. Looked freshly built, too. No weathering, no sagging boards. But there was no sign of anyone outside. No vehicles, no tracks. It felt wrong, but I chalked it up to the usual weirdness that came with these kinds of gigs. I parked off to the side, turned off the engine, and waited a bit. Nothing. I walked up, entered the access code they gave me, and the front door unlocked with a loud, mechanical clunk. Inside, the cabin was warm. Generator must have been running in the basement. Place was tidy. Sparse furniture, bunk beds upstairs, crates along the wall labeled with numbers and initials I didn't recognize. I left the supplies just inside the door and started making an inventory list like I always did. Halfway through, I heard footsteps upstairs. Slow, heavy, then silence. I froze, pen in hand, staring at the ceiling. Nobody had been in the truck with me. I hadn't seen another soul on the road for miles. But those were boots. No animal makes that kind of step. I stood still, waiting, but nothing else happened. No voices, no creaking floorboards. I finished the list fast, left the manifest on the table, and backed out of there without turning my back on the stairs. The second I hit the front porch, I felt a wave of cold rush down my back. I got in my truck and left. Later that night, I got a call from my supervisor. He told me I needed to go back to the cabin. There was an issue with the generator. I argued, but he shut it down quickly. He said it was urgent, said someone would meet me there to help carry out a backup unit. I was supposed to arrive around 7 p.m. That was when things went sideways. When I got back out there, it was already getting dark. The pine trees made it worse, barely any light even during the day. I parked at the same spot. This time there was another vehicle, a black SUV, unmarked, parked near the tree line. No plates. All the windows were tinted dark. I figured it was the guy I was supposed to meet. I knocked on the cabin door. No answer. I knocked again, louder. Still nothing. The door was unlocked, so I stepped in. The cabin was dark inside. No lights, no hum of the generator anymore. It was cold. Real cold. I called out, hoping whoever I was supposed to meet was already inside, but I got nothing back. Then I saw it, the streaks on the floor. Dark, heavy drags that ran from the kitchen toward the hallway. Looked like someone had been pulled. I followed them without thinking, just out of instinct. They stopped at a trapdoor in the floor I hadn't noticed before. It was open just a crack. I pushed it open and peered down. The basement was pitch black, but I could hear something down there. A low hum, like someone breathing into a mic. I backed away. Whatever this was, it was way above my pay grade. I turned to leave, but then I saw something that made my blood run cold. On the far wall, near the table where I'd left the manifest earlier, someone had written something in red marker, or at least I thought it was a marker. It said, "Do not trust them. Do not let them take you." I don't know why, but I bolted for the truck. I didn't even close the door behind me. I just got in and started the engine. The tires spun in the loose gravel before catching. I didn't stop to look back. About 10 minutes down the road, headlights appeared behind me. The SUV. I hadn't seen it leave. It must have been following me the whole time. Lights off, waiting for the right moment. My truck wasn't fast, and they gained on me quick. Soon they were right behind, brights on, blinding me through the mirrors. I couldn't think. I just drove. Then I saw the logging road split. A left turn up a narrower trail I hadn't noticed before. I made a snap decision and swerved into it. The SUV didn't follow. I kept driving for another 5 or 6 miles until the trail ended in a small clearing. I turned off the truck and killed the lights. My heart was pounding in my ears. I sat there, engine ticking, staring out into the woods, waiting for headlights. They never came. I slept in the truck that night, freezing under my jacket. In the morning, I turned around and drove back out. I didn't see the SUV again, but when I reached the main road and checked my phone, I had 4 missed calls from numbers I didn't recognize and 1 voicemail. I listened. It was just static for the first 10 seconds. Then a voice, low male, said, "Stay away from the cabin. You've seen too much already." That's when I realized this wasn't just a supply drop gone wrong. Something was happening out there. Something serious. I didn't go back to work after that. I left town, took the cash I had and rented a place in northern Idaho, quiet, off the radar. I didn't even use my real name for the lease. I figured if whoever was behind that cabin wanted to find me, they could. But maybe if I laid low, they wouldn't bother. For a while, nothing happened. I kept to myself, stayed off the internet, paid in cash. Then, about 3 months later, I saw a news story on a small independent site, buried under a bunch of other nonsense. It said that an unidentified man had been found dead in a remote area of Oregon, near an unlisted Forest Service cabin. Cause of death was undetermined. No other details. The photo they used showed a section of the cabin porch. Same one I'd stood on. I clicked through the site's archives and found another article. Same place, different date. This one said there had been a training exercise gone wrong involving a joint federal-state task force. No names, no photos. Just a vague explanation and a statement saying, "The site has been decommissioned and access is restricted." But I kept digging. I found a forum thread on a survivalist site posted by someone who said they used to work for the Forest Service. They mentioned a cabin that had been used for black bag operations, off-the-books missions run by rogue agents. Stuff that didn't make it to paper. The poster claimed the cabin had been used for interrogations. Renditions. They said people were brought there and never came back out. That was when it hit me, the streaks on the floor, the breathing in the basement, the warning written in red. I kept reading. One guy said he had seen a team of men dressed in tactical gear out there once. No markings, no IDs, just black uniforms and rifles. Said they watched him from the tree line until he turned around and left. He said he felt like if he'd stayed a minute longer, he would have disappeared. Eventually, the forum thread got deleted. Months went by. I got jumpy, couldn't sleep. I started keeping a shotgun by the door, sleeping with my boots on. I moved again, Montana this time, even more remote. Still, I never felt safe. Then, last winter, a guy showed up at my door. Middle-aged, military haircut, wore a parka and jeans like he belonged, but I knew right away he didn't. He said he was looking for someone who used to live in the area. Asked if I knew the name. It was mine, my real name. I said no and shut the door. That night, I packed everything I had and drove north. I crossed into Canada using a back road I'd scoped out months earlier. Left the truck and walked the rest of the way into Alberta. I've been here ever since, using a different name. Cash jobs. No internet. No phone. But I think they'll find me eventually. I don't think I was ever meant to see what I saw at that cabin. The reason I'm writing this now is because I need someone to know what happened. Someone outside their reach. If you're reading this, know one thing. They weren't just cops. They were something else entirely. Something trained, something ruthless. I don't know who they were working for, but it wasn't justice. Whatever happened in that cabin, it wasn't law enforcement. It was a cover-up. Cleanup. I was just the wrong guy at the wrong time, and I saw too much. I haven't slept right in years. I wake up sweating, hearing footsteps in the hall, the creak of boots on floorboards. I know it's just in my head, or at least I hope it is. But I also know this. If they ever find me again, there won't be another chance to run. It was the end of September when I decided to take a break and get away from the chaos of everyday life. I needed some time to myself, away from the noise of the city, the constant rush of emails, calls, and deadlines. So, I packed up my old Jeep and drove out to the cabin my grandfather had left me. It was located deep in the woods of northern Maine, far from any town or even other houses. The nearest neighbor was miles away, and the drive was long and lonely, but that's exactly what I was craving. The cabin had been in our family for generations. My grandfather had built it in the 1950s with his own hands, and it had been passed down to my father before finally landing in my hands when he passed away. I had been there a few times when I was younger, but this time it was just me. I didn't plan on staying for more than a week, just long enough to clear my head, enjoy some peace, and maybe do a little hiking. The first evening, I arrived just as the sun was setting. The woods were quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant sound of a bird. The cabin itself stood in its usual spot, a simple, rustic building with a slanted roof and a porch that creaked under the weight of its own history. It had been well maintained over the years, and the air smelled of pine and the faint trace of old wood. It felt like stepping into another time, a world where things were simpler, slower. I carried my bags inside, set up a fire in the stone hearth, and then unpacked. The place had no electricity, just a wood stove for heat and gas lamps for light, but that was part of the charm. I lit one of the lamps and hung it near the door, casting a soft glow around the small, cozy living room. The floorboards creaked under my feet as I moved around, making myself at home. I set up a small cot in the corner, right by the window that overlooked the woods. After a simple dinner, I sat on the porch for a while, sipping a drink and watching the sun dip below the horizon. The silence was almost deafening in its stillness. No cars, no people, just the endless expanse of trees and the occasional snap of a twig. It was peaceful in a way that I hadn't realized I needed. But as the last traces of daylight faded and the darkness settled in, I felt something shift. The quiet was no longer comforting. It felt oppressive, almost suffocating. I shook the thought away. It was probably just the isolation playing tricks on my mind. I had been living in the city for so long, surrounded by noise, that I wasn't used to this kind of silence. I decided to call it a night and crawled into bed. The bed creaked, as if it too was protesting the weight of time. That night, I woke up suddenly. The room was pitch black, the only sound the soft crackling of the fire dying in the hearth. I rolled over, reaching for the lantern by my bedside, but as my hand brushed the surface of the small wooden table, I froze. A sound, distant but clear, drifted through the window. It was a soft rustling, like something moving through the underbrush just outside the cabin. I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound stopped, and then came a faint thud, followed by a slow, deliberate scratching, like claws dragging across the ground. My heart skipped a beat. I got out of bed cautiously, careful not to make a sound. The firelight flickered weakly, casting long shadows against the walls. The scratching noise continued, now moving closer to the cabin. It sounded too deliberate to be an animal, too precise, almost human. My first instinct was to check the windows, but the cabin was old, and the windows were small and covered with heavy wooden shutters. I pulled back the curtain slowly, trying not to make any noise. The forest outside was still, the moonlight casting a cold glow on the trees. There was nothing in sight, but the feeling of being watched crawled up my spine. I moved to the door, hesitating before I unlocked it. A rush of cold air hit me as I opened it, but the woods were empty. The strange sounds had stopped, and everything seemed perfectly still once again. I stepped out onto the porch, holding the lantern high, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. Nothing. I convinced myself it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, messing around in the underbrush. The darkness and the silence of the woods made everything seem amplified, and my mind was playing tricks on me. I locked the door again and went back to bed, but sleep didn't come easily after that. Every rustle of the wind, every creak of the old cabin, made my senses jump. The next morning, I woke up early, the rising sun bringing some relief from the eerie feeling that had settled over me the night before. I decided to spend the day hiking, hoping that the fresh air and physical exertion would clear my head. The woods were dense, and the trails were narrow, but I loved the isolation. It was a kind of peace that only came from being so far removed from civilization. I spent hours wandering, getting lost in the rhythm of my footsteps and the beauty of the natural world around me. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sun was low in the sky again, and the air had started to cool. I made a fire and cooked some dinner, but the unease from the previous night lingered. It was like a weight pressing down on my chest. I didn't want to admit it, but I was starting to feel like something was off about this place. That night, as I lay in bed, I heard it again. The scratching sound, this time closer than before. It was as if something was right outside the cabin, just waiting for me to make a move. My heart pounded as I lay perfectly still, listening to the sounds that seemed to come from all around me. A twig snapped in the distance, followed by a low growl that made my skin crawl. I reached for the lantern, my hands trembling as I lit it. The warmth from the flame did nothing to calm my nerves. I stood up slowly, creeping to the window again, trying to peer outside. The moon was high, casting long shadows on the ground, but there was no movement in the trees. Then I saw it. For a split second, there was a figure standing just outside the tree line, half hidden in the shadows. It was tall, too tall, and its shape was wrong, twisted like it didn't belong. The moment I saw it, the figure vanished into the trees, as if it had been waiting for me to notice. I rushed to the door, throwing it open, and stepped outside, but the figure was gone. The forest stood in stillness again, like nothing had ever happened. I felt like I was losing my mind, but deep down, I knew what I had seen. I wasn't imagining it. I spent the rest of the night awake, the lantern burning low by my side. I couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was out there, watching me. The fire crackled softly in the corner, the only sound in the otherwise oppressive silence. The next morning, I packed my things. I didn't want to be there anymore. The peace I had come seeking had turned into a gnawing fear, and no amount of time in the woods could change that. As I drove away from the cabin, the trees closed in around me, and I felt a weight lift off my chest. When I got back to the nearest town, I stopped for gas. The old man at the station looked at me with curious eyes. "Out there at the cabin, huh?" he asked. I nodded, but I didn't say anything. I didn't need to. "Yeah, you're not the first to feel it," he said. "That place, it's got a history. People say things happen out there. Strange things." I didn't ask what he meant. I wasn't sure I wanted to know. As I drove back home, the roads were empty, the sky clear, but the woods, the cabin, and the figure in the shadows stayed with me. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever it was, whatever had been watching me, was still out there, waiting. But for now, I was safe, and sometimes that's enough. It was an old, quiet graveyard cabin, tucked in the middle of nowhere, hidden in the dense woods that seemed to swallow up everything around it. The sort of place you'd pass by and never think twice about. But I had to stop there. I didn't have much of a choice. I'd been driving for hours, the fog creeping along the side of the road, making every twist and turn feel like it could lead to something terrible. My destination was a tiny town up ahead, where I was supposed to meet a client who needed my help with a private matter. But before I could reach the town, the weather had gone from bad to worse, and the storm made it almost impossible to see the road clearly. I could barely make out the headlights of my truck in the thick mist, and the occasional flicker of trees looming on either side. I saw the sign for the graveyard cabin when I was about 10 miles outside the town. A small, weathered wooden sign hanging from an iron post, swaying gently in the wind. It read, "Rivorton Cemetery Cabin." There was no other place nearby to take shelter, so I figured I'd wait out the storm there. The road leading up to it was rough. Felt like it hadn't been maintained in years. The trees around me got thicker, their twisted branches hanging low, and I felt a sense of unease settle in my stomach. The storm had turned the dirt path into a mud pit, and I struggled to keep my truck from sliding off the edge. Eventually, I came to a clearing, and there it was, the cabin. It looked like it had been abandoned for decades, though something about it still stood strong against the storm. The dark wood of the structure stood out against the backdrop of the gray sky, and the small, weather-beaten graveyard that surrounded it seemed to make the cabin feel like it had grown out of the earth itself. Old headstones, some cracked and broken, were scattered in uneven lines, half hidden by overgrown grass. The wind howled through the cemetery, and I could swear I heard faint creaks from the cabin as if it was alive. I wasn't afraid at first. I had stayed in places much worse, old motels in rundown towns, cabins deep in the forest where the nearest neighbor was miles away. It was part of the job. Solitude had never bothered me. I parked my truck next to the cabin, the engine rattling off as I turned it off. The rain was falling harder now, and the wind pushed the droplets sideways, making it feel colder than it actually was. I grabbed my gear and stepped out into the storm. The mud instantly clung to my boots, making each step feel heavier. As I walked toward the cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, but I didn't see anyone. The door to the cabin was slightly ajar. I hesitated for a moment, but the cold was getting unbearable, so I pushed it open with a creak. The interior was dim, but the fire pit in the center gave off enough warmth to make the place feel like it could be comfortable. The floor was old, and the wood groaned under my feet, but the structure seemed solid enough. There was a long table in the middle of the room, and chairs scattered around it, some tipped over. The cabin had an odd, musty smell, a mix of mildew and old wood. I didn't mind it. I had stayed in worse places. There were a few blankets in the corner, folded neatly, which I took as a sign that the cabin might have been used recently. There were no lights, but the fire was enough to see by, and I set my gear down near one of the chairs. The wind howled outside, and I could feel the draft as it rattled the cabin's old windows. I started unpacking, setting up a small stove to boil some water for coffee. As I was getting everything together, I glanced out the window. That's when I saw her. At first, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, the rain distorting the view, but there she was, standing in the cemetery just beyond the fence. A woman, cloaked in a dark, tattered coat. Her face was obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, but her posture was unnervingly still. She was staring right at the cabin. I froze. I don't know why, but I couldn't take my eyes off her. It wasn't just the isolation of the place or the eerie stillness of the night that had me unsettled. It was something about her presence. It didn't feel right. Felt like she wasn't just standing there, but waiting. I shook my head, trying to push the thought away. People lived around here. She was probably just another local who had wandered out in the storm. But still, there was a nagging feeling in my chest that wouldn't go away. The storm outside worsened as I continued to watch her, and she didn't move, not even a step. It was like she was part of the landscape, rooted in place. I finally forced myself to turn away, telling myself I was being ridiculous. But even as I turned back to the stove, I could feel her presence lingering. I tried to distract myself with the coffee, the small comfort of the warmth in my hands, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I knew the graveyard wasn't far from the cabin, but the thought of going out there in the storm was unappealing. The woman was still there, though, standing motionless. I glanced back at her, half expecting her to be gone, but she was still there, just as still, and that bothered me more than anything. It wasn't until I finished my coffee and the rain started to ease up that I decided to take a quick walk. I grabbed my jacket, walked out the door, and made my way toward the graveyard. The mud was thick, and I had to step carefully so I wouldn't slip. I passed the gate of the cemetery, my eyes scanning the area for any signs of life, but I found nothing. No woman, no footprints. It was as though she had never been there. I stood in the graveyard for a while, trying to shake the unease that had taken root in me. The wind had died down, but the air was still damp and cold. The only sound was the occasional rustle of leaves in the trees. As I turned to head back to the cabin, I glanced over my shoulder again, and there she was. This time she was closer, standing at the edge of the cemetery, just outside the fence. But this time I could see her face. It was pale, almost ghostly, and her eyes were wide, unblinking, fixed on me with an intensity that felt like it could pierce through me. Something in me screamed to turn and run, but I didn't. I just stood there, frozen. After what felt like an eternity, the woman slowly raised her hand and pointed. She pointed straight at the cabin. My heart stopped. I couldn't explain it, but the gesture was unmistakable. She was telling me to go back to the cabin, and for some reason I listened. I turned and walked as quickly as I could, my feet slipping on the wet ground, every step feeling heavier. When I reached the door of the cabin, I slammed it shut behind me, breathing hard. I didn't sleep that night. Every noise in the cabin seemed louder, more pronounced. The wind howled again, and the rain began to pound against the roof. But I didn't feel alone anymore. There was something out there, watching me, waiting. I packed up my things the next morning, the storm having cleared enough for me to see the road ahead. I didn't dare look back at the graveyard, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. even as I drove away. The woman, her eyes, her gesture. It stayed with me, the memory clinging to me long after I had left the cabin behind. It was late October 2016 when I finally took time off to start building the small cabin I had been planning for almost a year. I was 34 at the time, and after working nonstop as a contractor in Leeds for nearly a decade, I decided to give myself a week away from everything. My plan was simple: drive north into the Scottish Highlands, where my dad had left me a small patch of wooded land just west of Loch Rannoch. I hadn't been there in years, but I remembered the land as quiet, tucked far enough away from any villages that you could hear the birds without traffic in the background. The goal was to put together a small single-room cabin, just enough to sleep, cook, and sit in. Nothing fancy, just a box made of pressure-treated pine and my own sweat. I left early on a Monday morning in a beat-up old Transit van I'd bought used from a friend of mine. It rattled when you went over 50 but had enough room for my tools and the pre-cut timber I'd picked up from a supply yard in Stirling. It rained off and on the whole way up. The kind of rain that doesn't pour, but just spits at you for hours, misting the road and making everything smell like wet gravel and exhaust. I wasn't in a rush, though. I had 6 full days ahead and a cooler in the back with eggs, bread, a few tins of beans, some bacon, and a gas burner. I also packed a rifle, locked in a steel case beneath the seat. Just a habit from my dad. He always said you never know what you might need to scare off in the woods. By the time I reached the turnoff into the woods, the sky was already going gray. I remembered the trail. It wasn't really a road, more like 2 old tire ruts winding through the forest, overgrown and half swallowed by moss. I followed it slowly until I found the clearing. It looked smaller than I remembered. The tall Scots pines around it had crept inward, and the ground was uneven with stones and damp earth. But it was quiet, peaceful even. I stepped out and stretched my legs, listening. Just the sound of the wind through the trees and a distant drip of water. No birds. That struck me, but I pushed the thought away. It was late in the season, maybe too cold for much wildlife. I spent the rest of that first day setting up my gear and marking out the frame. I had brought a waterproof tent to sleep in while I built the cabin. Just a single-person bivy sack. Really, nothing you'd want to spend more than a few nights in. The ground was damp no matter where I laid it. I gathered stones and branches to raise the edges and hoped the rain wouldn't pick up overnight. The cold hit hard as the sun went down, and I sat by a small fire sipping black tea from a flask, staring into the flames. The smell of pine needles and wet bark settled around me. Felt quiet, too quiet. I kept looking up from the fire every few minutes, like something might be there just beyond the trees. I told myself I was being stupid. I was just tired. I lay in the bivy sack with the zipper pulled tight and the rifle within arm's reach. It rained again after midnight, a soft tapping on the thin tent fabric. I lay awake for a long time, watching the dark, listening. The next morning, I was up with the light, cold as hell. My fingers were stiff, but I forced myself to get moving. I boiled water, ate half a sandwich, and got to work. The frame went up quicker than I expected. 2 walls by noon, the 3rd by late afternoon. I worked non-stop, only stopping for sips of water and bites of jerky. It rained lightly all day, not enough to stop me, but just enough to soak into everything. My sleeves stuck to my arms, and my gloves were always damp. Around 4 p.m., I heard something out in the woods. A crack, like a branch snapping. Not close, but not far either. I looked up and scanned the tree line. Nothing moved. I called out once, just a short, sharp noise. Not a word, just a sound. No response. I stared for a while longer, then went back to hammering the last section of wall. But I was slower, kept glancing over my shoulder. The trees felt closer than before. like the clearing was shrinking. I knew that was stupid, just the light changing, shadows playing tricks. By nightfall, the cabin was 3 walls and a roofless square. I was proud of it, even with the soaking rain. I made another fire and sat on a crate under a plastic tarp I'd strung between 2 trees. I ate beans straight from the tin, cold, listening to the fire hiss in the rain. The sound was constant. Rain on leaves, rain on tarp, rain on my shoulders. I didn't notice right away when it stopped. I looked up. It was like someone had flipped a switch. No more dripping, no wind, just silence, total silence. I stood up slowly, every part of me on edge. I wasn't afraid yet, just alert. I turned in a circle under the tarp, watching the woods. The fire popped behind me. Then I heard it. Footsteps, wet ones, slow, one after the other, squelching slightly on the muddy ground. They came from the direction of the trail, the same one I'd driven in on. I stepped out from under the tarp and crouched near the fire, peering through the trees. I saw nothing. The sound stopped. I didn't move for a long time. The fire burned low. My back ached. Eventually, I crept to the tent, unzipped it quietly, slid inside. I kept the rifle across my chest all night. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I looked for prints. The rain had softened everything, but I found one spot, just one, that looked like something heavy had stepped there. A deep, round impression, as if a boot had sunk an inch into the earth. Could have been mine, could have been from before. Couldn't tell. I wanted to believe it was mine. I forced myself to keep working. I added the roof struts, nailed in the crossbeams, started laying the metal sheets I had strapped to the van roof. The sky stayed overcast all day. It didn't rain much, but everything stayed wet. My hands were blistered by now, skin soft and raw. I kept working anyway. That night, I didn't light a fire. I didn't want to draw attention. I sat in the dark under the tarp, chewing dry bread and sipping cold tea. I heard the footsteps again. This time, they circled the clearing. I sat completely still, heart hammering. They were slow, deliberate. I couldn't see anything. I just listened. At one point, they stopped right near the van. Then nothing. I slept with the rifle clutched against my chest again. When I woke up, the van door was open, the passenger side, just hanging open. Nothing was missing, but the glove box was open and the map I'd left on the seat was on the floor, soaking wet. I didn't know what to do. I thought about leaving, but I told myself I couldn't. Not yet. I was halfway through the build. I wasn't gonna run just because someone was messing around in the woods. Could have been some kid. Could have been some local hiker. Could have been nothing. But deep down, I didn't believe that. I kept working. I finished the roof by evening, covered it with black tar paper, and secured the edges with strips of wood. I added the last wall and started on the door. I didn't eat that night. I just sat with my back to the cabin wall, watching the trail, the trees, the edge of the dark. It started raining again, heavy this time. That's when I saw the figure. It wasn't close, maybe 20 yards back, near the edge of the tree line. Tall, thin, standing completely still. I couldn't make out a face, not even clothes, just the shape of a person. I stared for a long time, waiting for it to move. Didn't. I blinked, looked down for a second, then back up. It was gone. I didn't sleep that night, not even for a second. The next morning, I packed my gear fast, didn't even bother with breakfast. I threw the rifle in the van, double-checked the tires, and left everything else. The tools, the cooler, even my gloves. I just wanted to get out. The trail out was muddier than before. The van slipped more than once. Halfway down, I had to stop and clear a fallen branch. Big one. Looked like it had been dragged, not fallen. There were drag marks in the mud. I didn't think about it. I just got it out of the way and kept driving. By the time I hit the main road, I was soaked with sweat even though the heater was off. I didn't stop until I reached a service station outside Pitlahri. I filled up, cleaned my hands in the bathroom, and sat in the parking lot for nearly an hour. I didn't go back for weeks. When I finally did mid-December, it was just to check on the cabin. I brought a friend with me. We found the place mostly intact. Cabin still standing, door half finished. Some of my tools still there, rusted from the rain. But the strange part, there were tracks all around the cabin. Bare footprints in the frozen dirt. Not boots, not shoes, feet, large, white, dozens of them, some overlapping, some circling the walls. No animals, no gear, just footprints. We left before dark. I haven't been back since, but I still think about that place. And I still remember what it felt like that night when the footsteps stopped by the van. Whoever or whatever it was, they didn't want me there. And I listened. I moved down south after that, sold the land, took a loss, never built another cabin. That was 9 years ago. I still build things for a living, kitchens, sheds, extensions, but I won't work alone in the woods anymore. And when it rains at night, I always wake up, because sometimes I still hear footsteps. It was September of 2017 when I finally decided to take a break. I had just turned 32, and the last 6 years of my life had been swallowed by work. I had a job managing inventory and logistics for a furniture manufacturer in Leeds, and even though the work paid well, it was slowly draining every bit of peace I had left. By the time summer rolled around, I was snapping at small things, staying up until 3 or 4 in the morning watching videos I couldn't even remember the next day, and getting tension headaches that started behind my eyes and ran down my neck like a fist. Something had to give. My cousin Liam had mentioned a place he stayed at once, back when he was doing construction work up in Scotland. It was an old woodsman's cabin that had been abandoned for decades and then fixed up by one of the local landowners who rented it out cheap to hikers and hunters. No running water, no cell service, no electric lines, just a big cast iron stove, a bed frame with an old mattress, and a couple of shelves with canned goods and a radio that only picked up one weather station. It sounded like exactly what I needed, so I booked 2 weeks off work and drove up to the Highlands alone. I had packed enough food to last me well over that: pasta, canned soups, oats, dried fruits, jerky, all of it. I brought a gas cooker, water canisters, a flashlight, 2 headlamps, a hatchet, a knife, some paracord, a book, and a sleeping bag in case the mattress turned out to be moldy or full of holes. I even packed a small tarp and extra batteries, just to be safe. I wanted to be ready for anything. I parked the car at the last ranger station near Loch Shin, where I showed the guy on duty my permit for staying on private land. He didn't ask any questions, just gave me a wave and told me not to wander too far. I shouldered my pack and set off up the trail, following a set of directions printed out from Liam's old email. After about 3 hours of walking, with the path narrowing into something more like a deer track, I found it. The cabin sat in a small clearing surrounded by tall pine and birch. The roof was covered in green moss, but the structure looked solid. The windows had wooden shutters that were latched from the inside. A small lean-to on the right side held split firewood stacked in neat rows. The place smelled like old earth and cold bark. I felt good the moment I stepped inside. It was dry and quiet and still, exactly what I needed. I spent the first day unpacking and settling in. I walked a bit around the area, made mental notes of natural landmarks in case I needed to navigate without the trail. There was a small stream about half a kilometer north downhill, which looked clean enough to filter water from. I filled a bottle there and boiled it later. That night, I built a small fire in the stove, cooked pasta with canned beef, and sat outside as the light faded through the trees. The quiet was the kind that wrapped around you. Not heavy or eerie, just deep and complete. I hadn't heard a car in hours. No phone buzzing. Just wind in the branches and the occasional crack of a twig in the underbrush. Felt like my head had finally stopped ringing. That first night, I slept better than I had in months. The second day, I explored further out. The woods here were dense but walkable. No trails really, just thick moss, dry leaves, and small animal tracks. I saw a few deer, heard owls, and marked a few trees with colored tape so I wouldn't get turned around. I took some photos with my camera and sat by the stream for nearly an hour. When I came back, it was late afternoon. It wasn't until the third day that I started noticing things I couldn't explain right away. When I came back from gathering wood that evening, I found that the cabin's door was slightly ajar. I was sure I had latched it. I stood there staring at it for a long moment, trying to remember if I had double-checked before I left. I stepped inside slowly, holding my hatchet tight. Nothing looked disturbed. My pack was where I left it, food untouched, sleeping bag still rolled. I walked through the whole cabin twice. Empty, quiet. I told myself the latch just slipped. The wood was old, probably swollen from the weather. Could happen. But then the next night, just past midnight, I woke up to a sound. It was faint, but enough to pull me out of sleep. A soft thump, not from inside, but outside. I held my breath and waited, straining to hear past the ringing in my ears. Then another sound, this time a crack, like someone stepping on a thick branch. Not an animal. Too slow, too heavy. I sat up and grabbed my flashlight. The cabin had no curtains, just wooden shutters, which I had closed. I crept to one of them and eased it open just a hair, enough to peek out. I didn't see anything at first. Then I saw movement at the edge of the trees, maybe 30 meters out. A figure, tall, standing very still. I couldn't make out details, just the shape, dark and motionless, barely distinguishable from the trees around it. I kept staring, not moving. The figure didn't shift or step forward. It just stood there, watching. After what felt like an hour, I let the shutter close and backed away. I didn't open it again. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I just sat with my flashlight in one hand and my knife in the other, waiting for a knock, a break-in, something. But it never came. By morning, the figure was gone. I should have left right then. Should have packed up and hiked back to the car. But I convinced myself it was a hunter or maybe a hiker who had gotten lost. That maybe they saw the cabin and didn't want to come too close. I told myself if it was someone dangerous, they would have done something already. Still, I didn't leave the cabin that day. I stayed close, gathered firewood near the clearing, kept my gear packed. I made sure my headlamp batteries were fresh and slept with the shutters bolted tight. The next night, I heard footsteps, soft, slow, circling the cabin. Not running, not stumbling, just steady movement around the perimeter. I didn't open the shutter this time. I didn't want to know how close they were. I waited in silence for hours. The sound came and went, sometimes fading, sometimes coming back. At one point, I heard something scrape against the cabin wall. Long, slow, like a branch dragged across old wood. In the morning, I found footprints. Large ones. Boots. They circled the cabin in a wide loop. Then they vanished into the woods. That was when I knew it wasn't random. Someone knew I was there. I packed everything and left that morning. Left nothing behind. I didn't eat, didn't take breaks. I hiked the whole way back in one shot, moving fast, heart pounding the entire way. When I got to the ranger station, the same guy was still there. I didn't tell him what happened. I just nodded, signed out, and drove home. But that wasn't the end. 2 weeks later, I got a call from Liam. He sounded shaken. He had seen something on the news. A body had been found near that area, deep in the forest, close to the same clearing. A hiker, young guy. They said he'd been missing for days. Police found his camp gear scattered. His tent was slashed open. His food was left untouched. The worst part? The police had no suspect, no leads, Nothing, just the body and signs of a struggle. Whoever did it was still out there. I didn't sleep that night. Couldn't. I kept thinking about those footsteps, that scraping sound, that figure in the trees, and I realized something. I wasn't the first person that cabin had drawn in, and I wouldn't have been the last. I moved a few months later, got a new job, different city. I still hike sometimes, but never alone, never too deep, and never, ever anywhere near that part of Scotland again. Because someone out there watches, someone waits, and not everyone gets out alive. I was 38 the year I stumbled on that old cabin. My name's Mark, and I'd been working maintenance at a sawmill just outside Helena, Montana. The pay was fair, the hours steady, and for the most part, I liked the work. I'd been at it for 9 years, and though my knees had started aching and my back cracked more often than I wanted to admit, I wasn't in bad shape. I lived alone in a trailer west of town, not far from a gravel road folks around here call Pine Hollow Pass. It was late September 2017 when everything happened. That time of year, the air gets sharp in the mornings and turns quiet by afternoon. The tourists pack up, the hunters start wandering out in twos, and the forests thin out with the changing leaves. That's when I got this idea in my head that I needed a break. I hadn't taken any real time off in years, and I was feeling the kind of tired that sleep doesn't help. My boss didn't argue. I told him I'd be gone 4 days, maybe 5, and I packed up my old green Chevy pickup with a cooler, a tent, some canned food, a pair of boots I hadn't broken in, and a .308 bolt-action rifle in case I crossed paths with a buck. I didn't go anywhere fancy, just followed a trail past Salt River Bend, about 50 miles northwest of Helena. It's one of those places nobody writes about. No markers, no signs. Just a bend in the river and a rough trail that runs along it for maybe 1.5 miles before it breaks into old growth. I'd hiked it before but never camped there. Felt like a good spot to get away from noise. I parked the Chevy on the side of the road, locked it, and took my gear on foot. The path was narrow, mostly dirt and broken twigs, a few game trails cutting across it. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. By the time I reached a spot I liked, it was late afternoon, and the sun was brushing the tree line. I set up camp about 200 feet from the river and spent the first night watching the sky go purple through the branches. It was peaceful, cold, but peaceful. The second day is when I found the cabin. It started off with me waking up to frost on my tarp and a damp ache in my hip from the hard ground. I'd brought a little propane burner, so I got some coffee going and stood by the fire for a while, breathing out fog and trying to feel my toes again. I wasn't in a rush. I took a walk with my rifle slung on my back, following a little ridge that ran behind the campsite. I hadn't meant to go far, just wanted to stretch my legs and see if I could spot any sign of deer. About an hour into the walk, I noticed something strange. The trees had thinned, and the ground flattened a bit. There was a smell I couldn't quite place. Something earthy, but not in a fresh way. It was more like wet wood and old stone. Then, tucked in the trees ahead of me, I saw it. The cabin. It sat maybe 60 yards from the ridge, low to the ground, as if it had been built half into the earth. The roof sagged inward in places, and one of the corners looked caved in. The front door hung open, its hinges rusted to the point of almost snapping. No windows, just 2 black squares on either side that used to have shutters now long rotted off. The wood was gray, the kind that used to be pine but had been through too many winters. I stopped at the tree line, watching it for a few minutes. I don't know why. Something about it made my stomach twist. Not fear exactly, just a kind of unease that crawled under my ribs. I told myself it was curiosity. Old places like that are rare, especially ones not marked on any map or known to the hunters I've talked to. I figured maybe it had been part of a trapper's post or a line shack from before the war. I approached slow, crunching leaves underfoot. No tracks around it, no footprints, no tire marks, nothing to suggest anyone had been here in years. The door creaked when I touched it, barely holding to the frame. I stepped inside. It was dark, colder than the woods. The smell hit harder, mildew, dust, and something else. Maybe mold, maybe something worse. The place was a single room with a loft overhead. No ladder anymore, just broken planks nailed into the far wall. An old iron stove sat in the corner, rusted shut. To the left was a table with 2 chairs, one snapped in half and the other missing a leg. A narrow cot leaned against the far wall, its mattress ripped and black with mold. The floor sagged in places. There was a hole in one corner where you could see straight to the dirt beneath. I remember standing there trying to imagine who had built it. Whoever they were, they'd been gone a long time. But even as I looked, I kept feeling like the cabin wasn't empty. Not in a ghostly way, just like someone had left in a hurry and hadn't come back. On the table, I saw something strange. It was a small metal box, like a toolbox but smaller. It was shut, and the latch was rusted, but I managed to pry it open. Inside were 3 things: a folding knife, dull and stained, a rolled-up paper map, the kind used in the 60s or 70s, and a small black notebook. I flipped through the notebook. Most of the pages were torn or stuck together, but a few had writing. Jagged handwriting, faded pencil. Not much made sense. Lists of dates, some marked with little XS, and a few phrases like, "Can't sleep," "Something moving near the creek," and "Lock the door. Don't think it helps." That was enough for me. I took the notebook and the map, tucked them in my pack, and left the cabin. I didn't feel right about it, but I told myself it was nothing. Just the ramblings of someone who'd spent too much time alone. Back at camp, I tried to forget it. I built a fire, made dinner, and drank a little whiskey to warm up. But the cabin stuck in my mind. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking I heard something out in the trees. Sticks breaking, something soft brushing the tarp. At one point, I grabbed my rifle and sat up for an hour just listening. The next day, I packed early. I didn't want to admit it, but I was ready to go. I told myself I'd just hike out slow, enjoy the walk, maybe check out the river on the way. But I didn't want to be there anymore. I took a longer route back toward the ridge, trying to loop around the cabin without passing too close. That's when I found the other trail. It wasn't a game trail. It looked man-made, narrow and worn deep into the ground, like it had been used for years and then forgotten. I followed it out of instinct, rifle in hand. After maybe 20 minutes, it dropped down into a shallow ravine, and that's where I saw the second cabin. This one was worse off than the first, roof completely gone, half buried in the hillside. But there was something else, a pile of bones near the door. Not human, I thought at first. Deer maybe, but as I got closer, I saw the truth. They were too small, too twisted. Dozens of them scattered and broken. Some were charred. Others looked like they'd been chewed. I backed away fast, stomach turning. I didn't stay long. I turned around and walked quick, back up the trail, back toward my camp. But something had changed. I felt watched, like the forest had eyes. I know how that sounds, but it wasn't paranoia. Every twig snap, every gust of wind felt too sharp, like the place didn't want me there. When I got back to my site, the fire ring had been kicked apart. Nothing else was touched. My cooler was still there. My tarp was folded. But the fire pit, the one I'd built from scratch, was wrecked. Stones scattered, ashes stomped down. There were no prints, but the dirt was churned. I didn't eat. I didn't sleep. I stayed up all night with the rifle across my lap, staring into the dark. At first light, I packed fast and headed back to the truck. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. Just walked, boots heavy, pack digging into my shoulders. When I reached the Chevy, I almost cried. I drove straight to town, didn't even stop to check the tires. A few days later, I showed the notebook and map to a guy I know. Retired Forest Service, spent 30 years working out here. He looked at them, went real quiet. Said he didn't know the cabin, but he'd heard stories. Places folks avoided. Weird disappearances back in the 70s. Nothing official, just rumors. One guy went missing in 74. Another in 82. Both hunters. Never found. I burned the notebook a week later. I haven't gone back since. I still hike, still camp, but never that deep and never alone. And when someone asks me about good spots near Salt River Bend, I tell them there's nothing out there worth seeing. But sometimes, in the quiet, I still see that cabin in my head. The way it leaned, the cold in the floorboards. And the second one, half-eaten by the earth with bones like teeth around its door. Whatever happened out there, whoever built those cabins, they meant to be alone. And now I understand why. It was late October of 2022, and the sky had that dull, flat gray look it always seemed to carry in the days leading up to winter in the Pacific Northwest. I was 45 then, recently laid off from a logistics job in Tacoma, and had been staying with my sister in Spokane for a few weeks while figuring out what to do next. That day, I decided to take the long way back from a short job interview in Missoula, Montana. I told myself I just needed a drive to clear my head. Really, I think I just wanted to feel something familiar again. Or maybe I wanted to prove to myself that I wasn't scared anymore. The route took me along State Route 20, cutting through forests and small, mostly forgotten towns. It was the road I used to take when I lived with Jason, my ex-husband, near Colville. He had bought a small log cabin way back in 2006, up by the Pend Oreille River. I hadn't seen the place in over 8 years, not since I left him. I never went back, never even drove close to it. But something made me turn off the main road that day, toward that place. The trees were thick along the roadside, mostly pine and cedar, wet from a recent drizzle. Fog had started to roll in, low and thin at first, crawling along the ground like a living thing. I passed a pair of rusted mailboxes on a crooked wooden post. The paint flaked off so badly I could barely read the numbers. Then came the turnoff onto the gravel road I used to know so well. The sound of the tires crunching over the rocks triggered something old in me. Not exactly fear, but something close to it. The road hadn't been maintained. Grass had crept over the edges, and puddles filled deep grooves in the gravel. Some of the trees had grown in close. Limbs hung low, brushing the windshield with wet slaps. I slowed the car, part of me wanting to turn around, but I kept going. Jason's cabin was about a mile in, tucked against the tree-line, far enough from the road to be invisible to anyone passing by. I remember how proud he was of that, how hidden and quiet it was. I didn't share the same feeling. I always thought it was too isolated. No neighbors, no streetlights, and no cell service unless you climbed the hill behind the house. It made me uneasy back then, especially when we'd fight and he'd go silent for days. When I finally caught sight of the cabin through the thinning trees, something dropped in my chest. I didn't expect to feel anything, but the sight of that place hit me hard. The A-frame roof was still intact, dark shingles slick with rain. The old porch sagged a little more than I remembered. One of the windows on the upper level had been boarded over. The chimney had crumbled near the top. No smoke, no sign of life. It looked abandoned but not ruined. It had that empty, hollow look of a house no one had touched in years. I stopped the car a few hundred feet back and cut the engine. No reason for it, I just didn't want to be heard. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the ticking of the engine and the soft patter of rain on the roof. I stared at the cabin for a long time, my fingers tight around the steering wheel. Eventually, I got out. The air was cold and damp, and I could hear the river in the distance. A low, constant rush. I walked slowly, the gravel crunching underfoot. I tried to keep my steps quiet, even though I knew Jason didn't live there anymore. I had no reason to believe he still owned it. When I left, he'd already been sinking into debt. He might have sold it or let the bank take it. Still, I moved like someone who didn't want to be seen. The front steps creaked beneath my weight. I paused at the porch, glancing around. The woods felt too close. The trees blocked the wind, but they also blocked the light, and it was darker there than it should have been at that hour. I tried the doorknob. It opened. The smell hit me first. Damp wood, mildew, and something else, like old meat long gone bad. The interior was dark, but not pitch black. Light seeped through the dirty windows and the gaps in the boarded one upstairs. I stepped inside, and the floor groaned beneath me. Dust coated everything. The living room looked almost the same as it had when I left. Same threadbare couch. Same wooden coffee table with the corner Jason had chipped with a hammer when he was drunk one night. The fireplace was filled with ash, and something small and dead, maybe a squirrel, lay curled in the grate. I didn't call out. I just stood there listening. Upstairs, I thought I heard something shift. A soft thump, like something heavy settling. Could have been a bird or a raccoon nesting in the attic. But I didn't move toward the stairs. I stayed in the main room, letting my eyes adjust. To the right was the kitchen. The fridge door was ajar. Mold grew on the rubber seal. There were old cans stacked on the counter, labels faded. The table still had 2 chairs. One of them was tipped on its side. There were scratch marks on the wood floor beneath it, thin but deep. I stared at them for a long time, too clean to be old. I backed away, heart beating faster now. Something felt wrong. Outside, I thought I heard something move. A branch cracking, leaves rustling. I moved to the window beside the door and peered out. Nothing, just trees and the long gravel road disappearing into the fog. But I couldn't shake the feeling. I should have left right then. Instead, I went upstairs. The steps creaked louder than I remembered. Each one felt like it echoed into the woods. The hallway at the top was short, just 2 doors. One led to the bedroom we used to share. The other was the storage room he always kept locked. I reached for the bedroom door and pushed it open. The room was cold and empty. The bed frame was still there, but no mattress. A few boxes were stacked in the corner, taped shut. The closet door hung open. Inside, a single wire hanger swung slightly. I watched it until it stopped. Then I turned to the other door. The storage room. It was open. Jason never left it open. Not once in all the years we lived there. He told me it was for tools, but he always kept it locked. I walked over and looked inside. The room was small and windowless. A bare bulb dangled from the ceiling. The pull chain was gone. In the dark, I could make out the shape of a large tarp stretched across the back wall. I stepped in. The smell was stronger there, like rot, but not fresh, like something that had been dead a long time. My eyes adjusted slowly, and I realized the tarp was covering a large object, maybe a freezer or a chest. I didn't touch it. I just stood there, staring, feeling the weight of the house pressing in on me. Then I heard the sound again. From downstairs, footsteps, not loud, just a single step, then silence. I froze. Every part of me went still. My ears strained to hear. Nothing, but I knew I wasn't alone in the house. I didn't imagine that sound. I backed out of the storage room slowly. The hallway was empty. I moved to the top of the stairs and looked down. The front door was closed. I didn't remember closing it. I held my breath and listened. My heart was hammering. There was a shadow on the floor near the couch, long and still, too big to be cast by anything in the room. I took one step down. The floor groaned. The shadow moved. I didn't wait. I ran down the stairs, through the living room, and yanked the door open. I didn't look back. I ran to the car, fumbled with the keys, started it, and reversed down the road, tires kicking up gravel. I didn't stop until I was back on the main highway, hands shaking, the cabin disappearing behind the trees. I didn't call the police. I didn't report anything. I didn't know what to say. Weeks passed. I couldn't get it out of my head. The tarp, the shadow, the smell. I started looking into property records. I found out Jason never sold the cabin. It was foreclosed in 2019, and no new owner was listed. The county records showed it in limbo, tied up in some legal mess. But when I searched deeper, I found something worse. Jason was missing, reported by his sister in 2021. No activity on his bank account. No confirmed sightings. Nothing since a single gas station charge outside Colville 2 years ago. No investigation. No news. Just gone. I don't know who was in that house with me that day. Maybe it was Jason. Maybe it was someone else. A squatter. A drifter. Or maybe someone found the place just like I did and never left. But something was still living there. Sometimes I think about that tarp in the back room. I think about the smell. I wonder if someone left something in that freezer or someone. I wonder if that's what I would have found if I'd stayed a little longer. If I'd been a little braver. But I didn't stay. I've never gone back. Now, whenever I drive through northern Washington, I take the long way around. I don't go near Colville. I don't go near the river. I try not to even look at the trees too long. And sometimes, in the middle of the night, I dream about the cabin, about the dark hallway and the shape moving in the living room. But then I wake up, and I remind myself that I left, that I made it out, and whatever was in that house, it stayed behind. I was 33 years old the year I decided to take a break from city life. It was early November 2019, and things had started to weigh me down more than I wanted to admit. I'd been living in Leeds for the last 10 years, grinding away in IT support, the kind of job where every hour feels like two. I wasn't sleeping right. My back always ached from sitting too long, and my eyes never seemed to adjust away from the blue light of screens. When my Uncle Graham passed that summer, my mum told me he'd left behind a small cabin on his old farm property near Dunsop Bridge in Lancashire. I hadn't been up that way in years, not since I was a teenager, and even then I barely remembered the place. Mum said the cabin was a sort of retreat Uncle Graham built for himself after retiring, just a little one-room place tucked into the tree line behind the north field, not visible from the road. He'd used it to get away from everything, even the main house, where he still lived until he passed. When I got the key in the post along with a short letter from the solicitor, I figured it was a sign. I booked a few weeks off work, grabbed my boots, packed a couple of duffel bags, and drove up north. I didn't tell many people. I needed to clear my head, breathe fresh air, hear something besides traffic and shouting and screen buzz. The drive up took longer than it should have. The sky turned gray around Huddersfield and stayed that way. The roads narrowed the closer I got to the farm, eventually turning into cracked single lanes lined with hedges taller than the car. When I finally pulled in through the old metal gate, half rusted through, the farm looked exactly like I imagined it would. Overgrown, quiet, and just a little too still. The barn looked like it hadn't been touched in 10 years. The house was boarded up tight, like nobody wanted anyone going inside. I parked near the old trough, grabbed my bags, and started walking toward the edge of the field where the solicitor said the cabin would be. It was a longer walk than I expected, probably half a mile through muddy ground and scattered tufts of dry grass. The trees on the far side grew close together, and when I finally saw the outline of the cabin through the branches, I stopped for a second and just stared. It wasn't big, maybe 15 feet by 20, made of thick timber with a slanted roof and a chimney poking up out the left side. One small window on the front and a wooden door with black hinges. I unlocked it and stepped inside. It smelled like old wood, damp earth, and a faint trace of smoke that never really left the walls. There was a cot against one side, a cast iron stove in the corner, and shelves filled with old books, canned goods, and tools. A few chairs and a thick oak table stood near the window. Everything felt heavy and real, nothing modern about it. No electricity, no plumbing, just a rain barrel out back, a hand pump inside for water, and a compost toilet in a little wooden outhouse 30 feet into the trees. It wasn't luxury, but it was quiet, and quiet was what I needed. The first couple of days went by slowly. I spent most of the time reading old books, walking the overgrown fields, and splitting the kindling stacked out back to feed the stove. The air smelled like wet leaves and smoke. Nights came early, and by 6 it was pitch black outside. The kind of dark where you can't see your own hand without a torch. I started lighting candles around 4:30 and kept one next to the bed when I turned in. On the third night, I heard something. I'd just gone out to the outhouse before bed. The kind of routine that already felt like a nuisance but was necessary. I kept a heavy flashlight in my coat pocket and used it to guide the way out and back. That night was colder than the others, and the leaves crunched loud under my boots. The trees creaked like old bones. When I stepped out of the outhouse and turned to head back, I heard a noise from the left, maybe 30 feet away. It wasn't an animal sound, not a rustle or a scurry or a branch falling. It sounded like a footstep, just one. I froze and aimed the flashlight toward the trees. Nothing, just brush and blackness. I stood there longer than I should have, heart starting to pick up speed. Eventually, I convinced myself it was a deer or maybe a rabbit, something that stepped once and froze when it saw the light. I walked back quickly, bolted the door behind me, and fed the stove one more log before going to bed. I didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, I checked the area near the outhouse, not really knowing what I was looking for. I didn't find anything, no tracks, no broken branches. The ground was too dry in some places, too soft in others, all churned up with leaves and old pine needles. I let it go, didn't even think about telling anyone. That was the first night I started locking the cabin door even during the day. By the end of the first week, I'd gotten used to the routine. Wake up, pump water, boil it for coffee, eat something cold or canned, chop wood, read, maybe walk around the fields a bit. It was slow living, but it cleared my head. My back felt better. I stopped thinking about emails and clients and deadlines. But the noises didn't stop. Most of the time they came from outside, usually at night. A step here, a crack there. Always just enough to make me sit up and stare at the door, listening like my life depended on it. Once, I swore I heard breathing just outside the window, but when I got up with the flashlight and aimed it through the glass, there was nothing. I started waking up in the middle of the night sweating, convinced someone was watching me. Once I went outside at 2 a.m. just to prove to myself no one was there. I didn't find anything, but the next morning, I noticed something strange. Footprints. Not mine. Not boot prints. Bare feet. In the dirt about 15 feet from the front door, just past the woodpile. The toes were splayed, the heel deep like someone was walking slowly. I followed them for a few feet until they disappeared into the grass. I don't know how I missed them the night before. I stopped walking the fields after that. By the start of the second week, I started thinking about leaving early. I hadn't told anyone exactly when I was coming back anyway, but part of me didn't want to give in. It was a cabin in the woods. Animals made sounds. Tracks showed up. It didn't mean someone was messing with me. Still, I stopped using the outhouse at night. I used a bucket and dumped it in the morning. I kept a hatchet near the bed. I didn't read as much. I watched the trees instead. Every sound made me freeze. The wind started to feel like it was carrying more than just cold air. On the 12th day, I found something worse than footprints. I'd gone out to collect more wood from a stack I'd made the first week, about 20 feet from the cabin, covered with a tarp. When I pulled the tarp off, I found a dead bird sitting on top of the wood. Its neck was broken, twisted around in a way that didn't look natural. I didn't touch it, just backed away and stared at it for a long time. Eventually, I used a stick to knock it off into the brush. That night, something touched the cabin door. I was awake already, lying still in bed, the candle flickering low. I heard it clearly, 3 slow taps, like fingernails on wood. Not knocking, not pounding, just tapping. I sat up slowly, reached for the hatchet, and listened. The taps came again, then silence. I didn't move for what felt like an hour. Eventually, I blew out the candle and waited for daylight. I left that morning. I packed everything in 2 hours and hiked back to the car. The fields felt like they were closing in on me. Every step felt like it echoed too far. I didn't look back. I didn't tell anyone what I'd seen or heard. I just drove home and went back to work 2 days later like nothing had happened. A month passed, then 2. Then in February, I got a call from the local police up near Dunsop Bridge. They said someone had broken into the boarded-up farmhouse on the property and set up a kind of camp inside. When they searched it, they found piles of bones, animal bones mostly, and a bedroll, some candles, and a wall covered in strange carvings and tally marks. They wanted to know if I'd seen anyone on the property during my stay. I told them I hadn't. They never caught whoever it was. I sold the cabin to a local farmer that spring. He tore it down a month later and said he never wanted to see the place again. I haven't been back since. It was early November of 2014, and I had taken a week off work to clear my head. I was 31 at the time, working a stressful office job in Birmingham that I never really liked. The whole year had been rough, between deadlines, layoffs, and a failed engagement back in June. I just needed to get away from people for a while. I wanted quiet, a place where I could sit, breathe, and maybe sort myself out. I found a listing online for a small cabin near Crickhowell, on the Welsh border. It wasn't part of a resort or one of those polished Airbnbs. This was just a basic wooden cabin out near the woods, owned by an older farmer named Derek who'd inherited it from his brother. It had no Wi-Fi, no TV, and heating came from a wood-burning stove. That was exactly what I wanted. The photos showed a modest wooden building with moss around the roof and a small shed off to the side. Inside, it had a kitchenette, a bathroom with an old electric shower, and 1 bedroom. It looked clean enough, but clearly hadn't been updated in decades. The cost was cheap, and Derek didn't ask many questions when I booked it for 7 days. I arrived on a gray Sunday afternoon, rain gently spitting against the windscreen as I turned off the main road and followed a gravel track into the trees. The track got narrower the further I went, and I had to roll the window down and move a few fallen branches myself to get through. Eventually, the path opened up to a small clearing where the cabin sat. It looked exactly like the pictures, slightly lopsided, the wood stained dark by years of weather, with 2 small windows and a tired wooden door. The shed sat about 15 feet away from it, its door hanging off the bottom hinge. Derek had told me the key would be under the flower pot near the door, and sure enough, it was. The inside smelled faintly of damp wood and old smoke. The floorboards creaked under every step. I dropped my bag by the door, lit the stove with the wood provided, and made myself a cup of tea from my thermos. The mobile signal was completely dead out there, but I didn't mind. I left my phone off, unpacked my bag, and changed into warmer clothes. By evening, the stove had heated the place enough to take the edge off. Rain picked up as the sun disappeared, tapping harder and harder against the windows. That first night was uneventful. I slept well, wrapped in 2 layers of blankets and a thick sleeping bag I'd brought just in case. In the morning, I made porridge on the little gas stove and went for a walk into the woods. There were no trails, just muddy gaps between trees. I walked for an hour or 2 before heading back. It was quiet, peaceful, even though the trees were bare and the whole place had that early winter grayness to it. The cabin sat exactly where I left it, still and unchanged. I read a book for most of the afternoon, dozed off for a bit, and made some rice and vegetables for dinner. I started to feel like I could actually relax. The second night, something felt different. It wasn't anything loud or obvious, just something small. I'd stepped outside around 9 p.m. to grab more firewood from the stack near the shed. It was pitch black out, and I used a torch to guide my way. As I approached the shed, I thought I heard something crunch in the woods off to my left. A soft rustling, probably an animal. But when I pointed my light in that direction, the trees looked exactly as they should, dark and motionless. Still, I remember pausing for a moment, standing there in the cold, just listening. The air had that weird tightness to it, like when your ears pop slightly and you know something isn't quite right. I shook it off, grabbed the wood, and went back inside. I double-checked the door lock before going to bed. The wind picked up during the night, howling softly through the trees, but I eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I stepped outside with a mug of tea and stretched my legs. I don't know why, but I looked toward the tree line again, and I saw something small and pale on the ground, maybe 20 feet into the woods. I put on my boots and walked out to it. It was an old scarf, light blue, frayed around the edges, half covered in wet leaves. I picked it up, expecting it to be stiff with dirt, but it felt clean, like it hadn't been there long. No initials on the tag, just a torn corner where it looked like something had pulled it. I stood there for a few minutes, turning it over in my hands. There shouldn't have been anyone out there. Derek had told me the nearest farm was nearly a mile away, and he only came up once every few weeks to check the place. I left the scarf on a branch and walked back to the cabin. I tried to ignore the unease that crept in after that, but it got harder as the day went on. Around noon, I thought I saw movement through the trees again, just a flicker, like someone stepping behind a trunk. I stared for 10 minutes and didn't see anything else. By evening, the tension had turned into paranoia. I kept looking at the windows. I locked the door early and didn't step outside again that night. Then came the fourth night. That's when I saw her. It was just after midnight. I'd fallen asleep on the small sofa near the stove, the fire crackling down to red embers. I woke up without knowing why. The room was dark and silent, save for the ticking of the old wall clock. My throat was dry, so I got up to grab some water. I didn't turn on the lights. I knew the layout well enough. As I passed the window next to the sink, something made me stop. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. Not fast, not sudden, just slow and steady. I turned my head toward the window, and I saw her. A woman, standing halfway between the cabin and the shed. Thin, pale. Her hair was dark and flat against her head, wet from the misty air. She wore something like a nightgown, long, light-colored, and stained at the bottom. Her arms hung by her sides. She wasn't doing anything, just standing there, looking straight at the window. At me. I ducked instinctively, crawling backward from the window. My heart was hammering in my chest. I stayed low and moved toward the bedroom, grabbing the torch from the shelf. I wanted to look again to be sure, but I also didn't want her to see me again. I crouched below the windowsill and slowly raised the torch toward the glass, covering most of the light with my hand. When I shined it out toward the shed, she was gone. I scanned left and right. Nothing. I waited another 10 minutes before standing up fully. Then I locked myself in the bedroom and pushed the dresser in front of the door. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. In the morning, I stepped outside slowly, holding the small camping knife I kept in my backpack. Everything was wet and silent. I walked toward the shed, and there it was. Footprints.
Bare footprints.
Small, adult-sized. They led from the trees to the shed and stopped right in front of the door. Then nothing. No tracks leading away. just a single muddy trail that ended at the rotting threshold. I pulled the shed door open and looked inside. The place was filled with old tools, spades, a rusted wheelbarrow, a tangled hose. Nothing else. No footprints inside. No signs of anyone. I backed away slowly, looking in every direction. I didn't feel alone anymore. Not in the cabin. Not outside. I packed some of my things and kept them near the door in case I had to leave quickly. I thought about walking back to the main road, but it was nearly 4 miles of woods and hills, and I wasn't even sure I could find the track without a GPS signal. I told myself I'd wait it out just one more day, leave early in the morning when it was light. I stayed inside all day watching the windows. I didn't eat. I didn't light the fire that night, even though it was cold. I didn't want to give away my position. At around 2 a.m., I heard it. Not footsteps this time. Breathing. From outside the window. I froze. It wasn't loud, just steady. Bit. Like someone was standing just beyond the glass, exhaling softly against the pane. Then a single knock. Not hard, just a soft tap. I didn't move. Another knock, this time on the other side of the cabin. Then silence. It went on like that for nearly an hour, soft taps, shifting locations, always followed by silence. I didn't look. I didn't dare. When the sun came up, I threw everything in my bag, locked the door behind me, and started walking. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. Took me 2 hours to reach the gravel road. I flagged down a man in a small hatchback and told him I'd gotten lost hiking. He gave me a ride into town, and I caught a train back to Birmingham that afternoon. I didn't report it. I didn't go back. I didn't even write a review on the listing. I just let it go. A month later, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I ignored it, then another and another. Eventually, I picked up. It was Derek. He asked if I'd left something behind. I told him no and asked why. He said a local dog walker had found someone sleeping in the shed. A woman, filthy, half-naked, wearing a torn nightgown. When she was confronted, she ran into the woods and disappeared. Derek was shaken. He said he was going to tear the cabin down. I didn't ask for any more details. I thanked him and hung up. That was the end of it. I've never been back to Wales. Never stepped foot near a cabin again. Sometimes, though, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I swear I can still hear that breathing outside the window. I was 33 when I decided to get away for a bit. This was back in 2017 in late October. I was working in Portland, Oregon at the time, construction, mostly night shifts, and things were wearing me down more than I wanted to admit. I wasn't sleeping right. My appetite was gone. I felt like I was always waiting for something to go wrong. My hands wouldn't stop shaking when I tried to light a smoke. I just needed silence for once. Somewhere without constant noise, without people always looking over my shoulder or shouting orders. A friend of mine, Brian, had this old family cabin up near Wallowa Lake, out in the northeast corner of Oregon, not far from the Idaho line. He'd used it for elk hunting when we were younger, but no one in his family had gone up in a while. The place had no Wi-Fi, no signal, nothing. Just a roof, a wood stove, and a bed with a mattress you wouldn't want to flip over. That sounded perfect to me. I had time off saved. I packed up the truck, cooler, chainsaw, a few tools, a jerry can of gas, and enough food for a week, and headed out. I got there on a Tuesday late afternoon. It was a long drive, and the last part was all gravel road, about 8 miles through the woods after I passed the last ranch house. The cabin was tucked back from the road a little, with a dirt driveway that dipped into a shallow clearing. It was smaller than I remembered. One story, no foundation, just wooden beams sitting on concrete blocks. The wood siding was warped, and there were lichens and moss growing in patches. But the place was still standing, and that's all I cared about. Inside was dusty, smelled like old smoke and rodent piss, but it was nothing a little cleanup couldn't fix. I swept out the worst of it, unpacked, and got the wood stove going. By nightfall, it was warm enough to sit in a t-shirt. I pulled a chair up to the little front window and just watched the treetops sway. That first night, it felt like exactly what I needed. No sounds but wind and creaking trees. I fell asleep on the couch by the fire with a blanket over me, and for the first time in weeks, I slept like a rock. The next few days, I settled into a routine. Wake up at dawn, make instant coffee on the propane stove, chop some wood, maybe take a walk up the hill behind the cabin or down to the lake's edge. I didn't fish or hunt, just sat and listened. There was an old trail behind the cabin that led into the forest, and I followed it a few times. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. No planes overhead, no distant hum of highways, just tall pines and firs, and the sound of my own boots on the soft ground. By the fourth day, though, I started to notice a few things that put me a little on edge. They were small at first. A log I swore I'd chopped was back in the pile, uncut. My hatchet was in a different place than where I left it. I figured maybe I was more tired than I thought, or I was just forgetful. But then I started hearing something at night. Not every night, just here and there. It wasn't wind, not animals either. It was footsteps, slow, deliberate ones, crunching on leaves, brushing against dead branches. I'd lie still on the couch, the fire dying down, and listen. The steps would stop for a while, then start again closer to the cabin. Once, I heard something knock against the wall near the back. Just one dull thud, like someone testing how solid it was. I tried to convince myself it was deer, maybe elk moving through, but I'd hunted before, and elk don't move like that. Not slowly, not in circles, not doubling back the way this thing did. On the fifth night, I stayed awake on purpose. I didn't light the fire, just kept my flashlight on the table next to me and waited in the dark. Around midnight, I heard it again, soft crunching just outside. Then it stopped. I waited, holding my breath, my ears straining. There was a long silence, then the faintest creak on the porch. The porch had a loose board right in the middle. It groaned under weight. I'd stepped on it every day. I knew the sound. Something was on the porch. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. I just sat there in the dark, staring at the door, heart hammering. There was no knock, no attempt to open it. After a minute or so, I heard the board creak again, this time a little farther, like something shifting its weight or turning. Then silence. When I finally got the nerve to check, I opened the door slowly, flashlight in hand. There was nothing there. The clearing looked the same. No tracks in the leaves or frost. But when I looked over the edge of the porch, down into the brush, I saw something that made my stomach turn. A deer leg. Not the whole body, just one leg, torn off at the joint, lying there like someone had dropped it. I didn't touch it. I went back inside, bolted the door, and stayed awake the rest of the night. The next day, I hiked out early, all the way to where I could get a bar of signal. I called Brian, told him about the leg. He laughed it off, said it was probably a cougar kill, maybe coyotes. I didn't mention the footsteps or the porch, but when I got back to the cabin, the deer leg was gone. I tried to brush it off, told myself I was overthinking everything, but I kept seeing things after that, out of the corner of my eye, shapes between trees. Once I saw what I thought was a person, tall, gaunt, walking just at the edge of the tree-line. I called out, even though I knew I shouldn't have. It didn't turn. It just walked behind a tree and never came out the other side. I didn't sleep much that night. I thought about leaving the next morning, packing up and heading back to Portland early. But something about that cabin, maybe it was stubbornness. Maybe I just didn't want to admit I'd let fear get the better of me. So I stayed. I cleaned the rifle I'd brought, set it by the door, chopped more wood than I needed, like the sound of the axe hitting the stump might scare whatever it was off. On the 7th day, it all came to a head. That morning, I found footprints, human ones, barefoot, in the frost. They circled the cabin, wandered down toward the woodpile, then disappeared into the trees. They weren't mine. That night, I made a fire, a big one. I dragged a chair right up to the stove and stayed there. I didn't sleep. I kept the rifle across my lap. Around 2 a.m., the fire was dying down when I heard the creak again. The porch board, then another, and then scratching at the door. Not violent, just soft like fingernails dragging over the wood. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I just sat there. It went on for 5 minutes, maybe 10, then silence. I thought maybe it had gone. But then I heard the sound that still gives me chills when I think about it. Breathing. Right outside the window, deep, slow breathing, like something standing there just watching. I raised the rifle, aimed it at the door, but didn't fire. I don't know why. Maybe because some part of me still thought it was just an animal. But then it spoke, not in words, just sounds. It tried to mimic. It made a noise like coughing, like a man clearing his throat. Then it groaned. Then it made a noise that sounded almost like my own voice calling out. Just one word. My name. I snapped. I kicked open the door, fired a shot into the dark. Nothing moved. Nothing ran. The clearing was empty, but at the edge of the trees, I saw it. Something standing upright, too tall, its limbs too long, skin pale in the moonlight. Its face was wrong. Like it was trying to copy a human face but hadn't figured it out. The eyes were all wrong, black and wide, and they didn't blink. I shut the door, locked it, and didn't move until dawn. When the sun came up, I packed everything in 10 minutes. I left most of the food behind, drove fast, straight through the dirt road, didn't stop until I hit asphalt. I didn't look back. I never went back to that cabin. Neither did Brian. I don't know if he believed what I told him. I don't care. For months after, I had nightmares. Not about the thing itself. About the way it moved. The way it sounded like me. The way it waited until I was alone, vulnerable, to come closer. Whatever it wasn't a ghost. It wasn't a monster out of some story. It was real. It walked like a man. It watched like a man. But it wasn't one. I never go into the woods alone anymore. I don't camp. I don't hunt. I moved into the city. I stay close to people, close to noise. I keep lights on. I've never told anyone the full story. Not like this. Not all of it. But I know what I saw, and I know it saw me too. It was late September of 2017, and I had just turned 34. I had been living in Leeds for the past 6 years, but needed to get out of the city for a while. I had been through a rough breakup in the summer. We had been together for 3 years, and things fell apart fast. After weeks of not eating right and barely sleeping, I decided I needed space. Not the kind you get by sitting in a park with headphones on. I needed real quiet. No phone signals, no neighbors. I didn't tell many people where I was going. Just a quick message to my brother saying I'd be off-grid for a few days. Nothing dramatic. Just that I needed some time in the countryside. I found a listing online. An old cabin near a woodland area outside a village called Chillingham, up in Northumberland. The pictures were simple. A single-story wooden cabin with a little porch, sat deep in the woods. No modern touches. The listing said there was a wood stove, running cold water from a tank, and solar power for one light. It was the kind of place I figured I'd either love or absolutely regret going to. I booked it for 5 nights. The drive up took around 3.5 hours. It was gray most of the way, and the sky looked heavier the closer I got to the village. By the time I reached Chillingham, it was nearly 6 in the evening, and the sun was already slipping down. The directions were handwritten by the owner and included landmarks instead of street signs. Turn left after the fallen tree, right at the stone wall with moss on top, that sort of thing. I followed them closely and eventually found the narrow dirt path leading up into the woods. The track was uneven and covered in damp leaves. My car didn't like it and the tires struggled, but I got up there. I parked on a patch of flattened earth next to a pile of chopped logs. The cabin stood ahead, quiet and alone, wrapped by trees on 3 sides. It looked like it hadn't been touched in weeks, maybe months. A few windows, all dark. The porch creaked under my weight as I stepped up. The door opened with a solid push. Inside, it smelled like dry wood, ash, and something faintly earthy. Moss maybe, or old water. The place was small. A single main room with a wood stove in the corner, a chair, a small table, and a narrow bed tucked against the far wall. A tiny side room held a compost toilet. There was a jug and bowl for washing, and a mirror nailed up above it.
No free, no cooker, no radio.
Just a single solar-powered lamp hanging from a hook in the middle of the ceiling. I had brought a camping stove and a cooler with food, along with a big water container just in case the water tank had issues. That first evening, I unpacked slowly and tried to settle. I lit a fire in the stove and made some tea on the camping stove. Outside, I could hear the rustling of wind through leaves and the slow creaking of trees as they shifted slightly with the breeze. It was peaceful. I read for a while by the dim lamp, then turned it off and lay on the bed, staring up at the ceiling until I eventually fell asleep. The second day was just walking. The woods were deep, and I spent hours exploring the trails. There were broken stone walls hidden under ivy, small footpaths barely visible unless you looked closely, and the occasional sign of deer or foxes. It felt like I had the whole forest to myself. I didn't see a single person all day. I loved it, but something changed that night. I was sitting on the porch around 9:30, just drinking the last of my tea and listening to the sounds of the forest. It was almost totally dark except for a bit of moonlight slipping through the trees. I thought I saw something move further out. Just a flicker, maybe a shadow shifting. I stared for a bit but saw nothing else. I went inside and locked the door, not out of fear, just habit. Later that night, sometime after midnight, I woke up with a strange feeling. I wasn't sure what had stirred me. There was no sound. The woods were completely silent. I sat up and looked toward the window above the bed. The glass had fogged slightly from the inside. I wiped it with my sleeve. Nothing outside, just trees. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there. On the third day, I noticed something odd. I had left the cabin mid-morning, planning to follow a trail I hadn't gone down yet. I walked for maybe an hour, had a small lunch near a stream, and came back around 3 in the afternoon. When I returned, the door was closed but slightly misaligned. I knew I had shut it properly. I even remembered locking it. Inside, nothing looked disturbed at first glance, but the lamp was turned slightly, like someone had brushed past it. The blanket on the bed looked like it had shifted. I stood still for a while, just staring. I checked every corner of the cabin, then stepped outside and walked around it. Nothing. No footprints, though the ground was hard with dry pine needles, so it wasn't like they'd show clearly anyway. I tried to shake it off. Maybe the door hadn't been shut right. Maybe I bumped the lamp and forgot. Maybe I was just wound up from being alone. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing soft noises, like movement, not close, but just far enough that I couldn't be sure what it was. Sometimes it was like someone stepping on twigs. Sometimes it was nothing, just silence and then a sudden creak, like a branch shifting. I kept the fire going longer that night, just for the comfort of it. The fourth morning was colder. Mist clung to the trees and the clearing outside the cabin looked pale and damp. I had planned to hike again but decided to stay close instead. I gathered more firewood, cleaned the cabin a bit, read, and sat outside when the mist lifted. That's when I saw her. She was standing just beyond the treeline, maybe 30 meters away. A woman, middle-aged or older, with long, tangled hair that looked dark and stringy. She wore something long. Could have been a dress or coat, I couldn't tell. It hung loose, almost like a nightgown. She didn't move, just stood still, half-shadowed by the trees. I stared. My first thought wasn't fear. It was confusion. Who was she? What was she doing here? There were no other cabins nearby. No reason for anyone to be wandering this deep in the woods. She just kept standing there, not looking around, not moving. I stood up and walked slowly toward the edge of the porch. She stepped back, disappearing behind the trees. I walked a little closer to where she had been. Nothing. No sign of her. No sound. I waited, looked around, called out, but only with a simple hello into the air. Not even loudly. Still nothing. The rest of that day, I couldn't concentrate on anything. I kept looking into the woods, expecting her to appear again. She didn't. That night, I made sure everything was locked. I stacked some firewood against the inside of the door just to hear it fall if someone pushed it open. I barely slept. Every small noise felt louder. Something brushed the outside wall at some point. Twice. Softly, like someone running their hand along it. I sat up in bed for hours, my chest tight, just waiting. The final morning, I made up my mind to leave early. I hadn't planned to cut my stay short, but I couldn't shake the feeling anymore. Something felt wrong. I packed up quickly and loaded the car. I did one last check of the cabin and stepped out onto the porch. And then I saw her again. This time she was closer. Maybe 10 meters away, standing at the edge of the clearing. Her clothes looked damp, hanging off her like wet rags. Her face was pale and hollow, eyes dark under the shadow of her brow. Her hair looked matted. She didn't speak, didn't move, just stared. I stared back for a second too long. Then I got in the car and drove. The dirt track was rougher than before. My tires skidded on the damp leaves. I kept checking the rearview mirror, but I couldn't see her anymore. I didn't stop until I reached the main road. I pulled into a lobby and sat there for a while, breathing, checking my phone. Finally back in range. I messaged my brother, told him I was heading home early. I didn't explain. I never found out who she was. I tried searching online later. Missing persons, local news, anything, but found nothing. The cabin listing vanished a few weeks later. The whole site where I found it shut down that winter. I didn't tell many people about it. A few friends, eventually. They all asked the same thing, why didn't I report it? But I didn't know what I'd report. She didn't do anything, didn't approach me, didn't threaten me, just stared. Still, there was something in her eyes I can't forget. Something empty, cold. I don't think she lived out there. I think she watched that cabin, watched me. I haven't gone back to the woods since. In the summer of 2016, I was 29 and working as a general contractor up in northern Idaho. I'd been on jobs like this before, remote sites, long days, mostly solo work. But this one felt different from the start. The cabin wasn't mine. It belonged to some doctor out of Seattle who wanted a quiet place for fishing and writing. I was hired to finish the inside, install cabinets, lay flooring, do the electrical hookups, that kind of thing. The site was a 3-hour drive from the nearest decent-sized town. I drove up in my old Chevy Silverado, packed with everything I'd need for a few weeks: tools, food, propane, some clothes, and a cot. I planned to stay at the site, sleep inside the cabin once it was dried in, and get the job done fast. No hotels out there anyway, just forest, mountains, and a rough gravel road that felt more like a trail the last 5 miles in. The property was tucked between thick lodgepole pines, just off a slope overlooking a shallow valley. No cell service, The nearest neighbor, from what I could tell, was a hunting shack about 2 miles off to the south. The first few days were uneventful. I set up my generator, got the solar hooked in, and powered my battery bank. I'd done jobs this isolated before, and honestly, I liked the quiet. No one bugging you. Just wake up, work, eat, and sleep. By the end of the first week, I had the interior framed, insulation in, and had just started laying the tongue and groove flooring. I'd sleep a few hours at night, usually with a rifle leaning against the wall and a flashlight close by. Not because I expected trouble, but just habit. You see tracks out there, bears, elk, coyotes, but nothing too close to the cabin. I always kept the site clean, burned trash in a pit about 50 yards away, and hung food in a barrel strung up between 2 trees. I first noticed something off around the 10th day. I'd gotten up early to finish wiring the kitchen area and noticed a few fresh boot prints in the dirt just outside the front porch. At first, I figured they were mine, but they didn't line up with the pattern from my boots. I checked twice. These were different, slightly smaller, narrow tread. Looked like hiking boots, and whoever it was had walked up close to the door, then back toward the tree line on the west side. I didn't panic. Maybe it was a hunter or a surveyor passing through. Still, it made me alert. I walked the perimeter that afternoon, didn't see anything else out of place. Left a few markers, little piles of rocks and branches at key spots. It wasn't high-tech security, but if anyone came through, I'd know. That night, I slept light. Woke up once around 2 a.m. and listened to the woods. Total silence. That bothered me more than anything. Usually, you hear owls wind through the branches, the occasional scurry of something in the underbrush, but it was just nothing. I stayed put for a few more days, kept working, but I carried my rifle on me at all times now, even just stepping out to take a leak. I kept the generator off at night, didn't want the noise or the light drawing attention. Used candles or my headlamp inside. Then things escalated. It was the 16th day when I came back from the trash pit and found the cabin door open. It wasn't busted in, just slightly ajar. I knew for a fact I'd locked it with the latch and deadbolt. I always did. It was habit. I walked in slow, rifle up, every step measured. Nothing inside was missing, but something was off. A few of my tools were moved, stacked differently, shifted just enough to make me doubt myself. One of my shirts was missing too. I know because I only brought 5. I checked every corner, attic, crawl space. Nothing. Just empty air and that sick feeling in your chest that tells you something's not right. That night, I sat in the dark with my rifle, looking out the narrow window slats. Around midnight, I heard a twig snap near the back of the cabin, then silence, then another one closer. I didn't move, didn't even breathe, just listened. Whoever it was didn't try to get in. No footsteps running away, no flashlight, nothing. Just a long, drawn-out wait until the woods felt quiet again. I must have dozed off for an hour before the sun came up, but when I stepped outside that morning, I saw the same boot prints again, clear in the soft earth. This time they circled the cabin, and they were joined by another set. Larger, heavier tread, different person. I packed up that day. Not everything, just enough to get out fast if I had to. I left the tools, locked everything down as best I could, and drove my truck down into the valley where I could catch a faint bar of cell signal. I called the property owner, told him someone might be messing around up there. He said he'd notify the sheriff's office in Bonner's Ferry, but they were short-staffed. He told me if I felt unsafe, I could bail on the job. But I needed the money, and I didn't want to leave a half-done project on my record. So I went back. This time, I moved the truck about 200 yards from the cabin and covered it with a tarp. I didn't want it visible from the tree line. I set up a motion sensor I had left over from another job, ran it off a spare battery bank. Only had one sensor, but I set it up by the door and wired it to a buzzer inside. 3 nights later, The buzzer went off at 3:14 a.m. I didn't turn on a light, just grabbed the rifle, crept to the window, and waited. Heard slow footsteps just outside the wall. One set, then two, then silence. I didn't see anything. They didn't knock, didn't try the door, just stood there. I could feel them. I stayed like that, crouched in the dark, for almost 2 hours before I finally fell asleep from sheer exhaustion. The next morning, I found a small pile of rocks on the porch, perfectly stacked, 5 high, like a marker, the kind of thing you'd see on a trail or at a campsite. I swept it away, burned it in the fire pit, and didn't sleep the next night at all. Just waited. I kept working during the day. I was determined to finish, but I never turned on the generator again. Ate cold food, drank warm water, listened, watched. I started setting up more markers, tiny twigs laid across paths, little stones along the trail. They were always disturbed by morning. I didn't see them again, not directly, but I knew they were there. Once, I found a set of prints leading straight up to my cot inside the cabin, and then back out again. No forced entry, no broken latch, just prints. It was like they had keys or they knew the lock. I finished the job on the 29th day. Didn't even tell the owner. Just packed everything, locked the cabin from the inside, then climbed out the back window, sealed it, and hiked to the truck. Drove nonstop all the way back to Spokane. Didn't look back once. About a month later, I got a call from the guy who owned the cabin. He asked if I had left some markings on the trees or stacked stones around the porch. I said no. He sounded uneasy, said he found his front door wide open when he arrived. Nothing stolen, but his dog wouldn't go inside. Just stood there barking at the open door, tail between its legs. He stayed one night, then left. Said he'd get someone to check the place out eventually, but not right away. I haven't been back to that part of Idaho since. Whatever was going on out there wasn't about theft or vandalism. They didn't want the cabin. They didn't want me dead. They just wanted me out, and they got what they wanted. I still think about it sometimes. When I'm out on a job in the middle of nowhere, or I see fresh tracks near my gear, or I hear silence that lasts just a little too long. I sleep light. I check locks twice. I don't do solo cabin builds anymore. Not unless there's a team or at least one more guy with me. I lost some income over it, sure, but I sleep better that way. That cabin's still out there, probably finished now, probably locked up tight. But I'd bet money that if you stayed out there alone for more than a week, you'd hear them too. And next time, they might not just stand outside. I don't talk about 2016 much. I was 34 then, single, no kids, no real roots anywhere. I'd just gotten laid off from a company I worked for 6 years. Some tech support job in Birmingham. Not that exciting. I had a bit of money saved, but I was drifting. It was late August when I saw an ad online from a man named Harry, a name I'd later find out wasn't real, offering cheap rent for someone to maintain a piece of land and stay out of trouble. Said it was out near a place called Little Delberry in Shropshire. I'd never heard of it. Most people hadn't. The rent was almost nothing. Just 50 quid a month and a promise to mow the grass, clear out the brush, and make sure no one messed with the fences. It didn't say anything else. I figured I'd take it. I was in that kind of mindset. I needed quiet, I needed cheap, and I needed to be alone. I replied to the listing, we exchanged a few emails, he never gave a phone number, and I got directions to a cabin just north of the village, right next to what he called a family cemetery. That should have been a red flag. It wasn't. The directions were vague and old-fashioned, like something from a letter written in the 1960s. No postcode, just a series of turns and references to landmarks, left at the big oak with a sign nailed to it, right past the rusted tractor, third gate on your left. That sort of thing. It took me almost 2 hours to find it once I got off the main road. When I did, I saw a gate that looked like it hadn't been opened in years, covered in ivy and bent in the middle. Past it, down a narrow dirt track, was the cabin. It was small, with slats on the outside, slate roof with moss all over it. The front door leaned slightly, and 2 cracked windows faced the track. Behind it, a small shed and then open land, overgrown and wild, leading to a short stone wall that wrapped around maybe 2 acres. Inside the wall were crooked headstones, dozens of them. Some had fallen. Some were barely sticking out of the ground. It wasn't what I pictured when I thought of a cemetery. It looked forgotten. I moved in the same day. Didn't even meet Harry. The key was under a stone by the door, just like he said. Inside the cabin, there was no electricity, no running water. Just a fireplace, a cot with a moldy mattress, a wooden chair, and a table that had 3 legs and 1 short stick nailed in as a 4th. I had a gas stove in my car, some cans of food, a few clothes, and a solar light. That was enough for now. The first week was calm. I spent my mornings clearing brambles off the fence and burning dead branches in a pit behind the shed. Afternoons I'd sit in a plastic chair I found, drinking instant coffee and watching the light shift over the cemetery. It was quiet out there, the kind of quiet that hums in your ears.
No birds, no planes overhead.
Just the wind through the grass and the creak of the trees. The graves went way back. The oldest one I could read was from 1834. The names were hard to make out. Moss covered most of them. Some were child-sized. I didn't like that, but I told myself it was just part of history. The whole place had that feel, like it had been sealed off from time. There was no phone signal, no internet. I was cut off. By the second week, I noticed small things out of place. I'd find my tools moved. Once, the machete I used to cut back thorn bushes was leaning against the shed instead of the cabin wall where I always left it. Another time, I found boot prints near the fire pit. I hadn't worn boots that day, just trainers. I figured it was animals or maybe someone curious from the village, but I hadn't seen another person since I arrived. Then one morning, I woke up to find the cabin door wide open. I always locked it. It was habit. I didn't want some fox or badger getting in. But it wasn't just open, it was propped. A stone had been wedged under the door like someone didn't want it to shut again. Nothing was missing, but my bag had been moved. I knew it had. The zip was open, and my torch was on the table instead of in the side pocket. I stood there for a long time, just staring at the door, listening. There was nothing out there. Nothing but the sound of the wind against the side of the cabin. I searched the trees for signs of someone hiding but saw nothing. I didn't have a gun, just a long knife I'd brought for cutting thick branches. I kept it on me after that. 3 days later, I found a grave I hadn't noticed before. It was right against the far wall, behind a patch of stinging nettles. The stone had no name, just a date, 2006. The ground was soft around it, like it had been turned more recently than the others. I didn't dig, obviously, but I knelt and looked around. The wall beside it was broken. Beyond that was nothing but forest. That night, I heard someone walking outside. I'd been lying in bed with the knife next to me. The fire had gone out. It was around 2 a.m., dead quiet, when I heard the crunch of dead leaves. One step, then another, slow, measured, came up to the side of the cabin, near the window. I held my breath. My heart was slamming in my chest. I sat up slowly, careful not to make the bed creak. The steps moved to the door. They stopped. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. Then I heard a low sound like breathing, but not from a person standing. It sounded lower, like someone crouched right against the doorframe. And then the handle moved. It didn't rattle like someone trying to break in. Turned slowly, quietly, like whoever was out there didn't want me to know. But I'd locked it. I know I had. The handle turned all the way down, then held there, and then released. The footsteps moved away, slowly. One step, pause, Another. I waited until sunrise to open the door. There were boot prints in the dirt again. Same kind as before. Deep, heavy, like the person weighed a lot or carried something. That morning, I walked the entire edge of the cemetery. The fence was intact on 3 sides, but near the 2006 grave, where the wall had broken, there was a narrow path leading into the woods. Barely visible. Not a trail exactly, but something had moved through it recently. I followed it a few yards, found broken twigs and a length of orange string tied to a tree. I didn't go further. Back at the cabin, I packed my things. I was ready to leave, but when I got to the car, the front left tire was flat. Not just flat, slashed. 2 cuts along the side, deep enough to ruin it. I had no spare, just a patch kit that wouldn't help. I stayed another night because I had no choice. That night, I built a fire big enough to light up the whole area. I sat outside with the knife on my lap and waited. I didn't plan to sleep. I didn't. Just past 1 a.m., I saw movement at the edge of the cemetery. It was low, crouched. A man, I think, dressed in dark clothes. He was just standing there, watching me from behind one of the taller headstones. I stood up slowly, didn't move toward him, just stood there. The fire cracked behind me. I blinked, and he was gone. I circled the cemetery with my torch. Found nothing.
No prints.
No sound. Next morning, I hiked 5 miles back to the road. Got a signal near the village and called for a tow. Took them 6 hours to arrive. The man who drove the truck was in his 60s, didn't talk much. When I told him where I'd come from, he gave me a look. "That cabin near the old graves?" he said. I nodded. "You're not the first," he said. He didn't say anything else the whole drive back. I never heard from Harry again. His email stopped working. I searched for the cabin's location online but found nothing. No mention of a family plot. No rental records. Nothing. It was like it didn't exist. 3 months later, I got a brown envelope in the post. No return address. Inside was a photo. Black and white. Looked like it had been taken in the 90s. Showed a group of people standing by the graveyard fence. One of them looked like the man I saw behind the headstone. On the back was written, "You stayed longer than the others." That was it. I moved to Bristol. Got a job fixing office printers. Kept to myself. Still do. I don't go into the countryside anymore. Don't hike. Don't camp. And I never rent places from strangers online. Sometimes, I still dream of the graveyard. But more often, I wake up and check my doors, check the windows and make sure no one is outside. No one's ever there, but I still check. Every night. The rain had been pouring since late afternoon, a steady downpour that blurred the edges of the world around me. The cabin I was building wasn't much, just a simple structure with wooden walls and a roof that sloped a bit more than I intended. But I didn't mind. It was mine, or it would be once it was finished. The place I'd chosen was isolated, tucked away in the hills about an hour's drive from the nearest town. There were no neighbors for miles, just thick trees, wildflowers, and the occasional rustle in the brush that always made me double-check the knife I kept at my side. I had worked construction for years, but something about building this cabin felt different. It wasn't just the isolation, though that certainly played its part. It was the way the wind howled through the trees like a distant voice and how the rain seemed to make everything feel alive in a way that was unsettling. I had a few supplies left to go before I could call it a day, but the storm was getting worse, and it made sense to settle in for the night. I took one last look at the walls, mostly framed with only the roof and a few finishing touches left, and sighed. There was a small fire burning in the stone pit I'd made earlier, and I couldn't wait to sit by it with a hot meal and a drink. But as I made my way toward the fire, a strange feeling crept over me. It wasn't anything specific. It wasn't a sound or a movement, just an unsettling sense that something wasn't quite right. I brushed it off, chalking it up to the silence of the woods and the rain battering against the trees. Still, there was something in the back of my mind that whispered, "Stay alert." I grabbed my flashlight from the table by the cabin's half-built doorway, shining it out into the trees. The beam barely pierced the thick darkness beyond the cabin, but everything seemed normal, just wet leaves, soaked bark, and shadows moving with the wind. I shook my head, telling myself to focus on the task at hand. The cabin would be done soon enough. As I stirred the fire, the rain started to pick up again, becoming even heavier than before. It was strange. It wasn't the usual soft drizzle that came with autumn. This was thick, almost oppressive. The kind of rain that flooded the earth and soaked you to the bone the moment you stepped outside. I crouched down, stoking the fire, and glanced back at the cabin. The wind was pushing the rain sideways, so the shelter would offer no real protection from the elements. I considered my options. I could just hunker down for the night inside the half-built cabin and try to sleep. But I had no bed, no blankets, nothing but the hard wooden floor and the makeshift walls. Then I heard it, a snap of a twig. I froze. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the usual sound of branches swaying under the rain. It was a distinct crack, like someone had stepped on something too close to the cabin. I waited, holding my breath, my hand on the knife strapped to my side. The world outside was still. The wind howled in the trees, but no other sounds followed. I waited a few more minutes, just standing there, staring out into the rain. Nothing moved, but the uneasy feeling that had been nagging me all evening grew stronger. It wasn't until I sat back down by the fire, trying to shake off the dread, that I heard it again. A soft shuffling sound, just beyond the reach of the light. My heart rate picked up. My eyes darted to the edge of the cabin, where the woods met the clearing. I was alone. I reminded myself that I was in the middle of nowhere, and anyone wandering too close to my cabin would have to be either lost or curious. But something about the sound didn't sit right. It wasn't a random animal or a deer foraging for food. The movement was deliberate. I got up again, slowly this time, taking the knife from its sheath. I crept toward the door, cracked it open just enough to slip outside. I shouldn't have. The wind seemed to howl louder as soon as I stepped out, almost deafening. The rain pummeled my face and hands, and the night had gone pitch black, the trees looming like dark giants. I had no choice but to squint through the downpour, shining the beam of the flashlight in the direction of the sound. The beam of light illuminated a pair of eyes staring back at me from the trees. I blinked hard, thinking I was seeing things. But no, there they were. Two glinting, unblinking eyes peering out from the shadows, not too far away. For a split second, the world felt still again. I stood frozen, staring at those eyes, unsure of what to do. But then the figure moved. A quick, fluid movement, too quick for a person. It darted behind a tree, just out of view. The air felt thicker now, more oppressive, as if the whole forest had drawn a deep breath and was waiting. I didn't think twice. I ran back inside the cabin and slammed the door shut behind me, my pulse pounding in my ears. The knife clanged against the floor as I set it down, trying to calm myself. But I couldn't shake the image of those eyes. I knew what I had seen. What I didn't know was who or what it was. The rain didn't stop. It rained harder, if anything, and the wind continued to batter the sides of the cabin. Hours passed. The only sound was the relentless beating of the rain. I should have gone to sleep. I should have rested, but I couldn't. The thought of that figure, the movement, the eyes, it all replayed over and over again in my mind. I started to hear faint sounds outside again. Footsteps, shuffling in the wet leaves. They were slow this time, deliberate. Whoever or whatever was out there, it wasn't in a rush. It was studying me, waiting for something. I couldn't stay inside forever. I had to know. I grabbed the flashlight and the knife again, opening the door just enough to slip outside. The cold rain drenched me instantly, but I didn't care. The only thing that mattered now was figuring out what was out there. I walked out, slowly at first, the light from my flashlight cutting through the rain and darkness. I scanned the trees again, looking for any sign of movement. There, a figure standing motionless under a large oak tree, its back to me. I stopped, staring. It wasn't human. It didn't have the shape of a person. It was tall, too tall, and the way it stood was unnatural, like it was contorting itself to blend in with the environment. It had long limbs, twisted and thin, and the clothes it wore hung from it loosely, as though they didn't belong. The air grew even heavier. My throat tightened. I stepped back, barely able to keep my legs under me. Then the figure turned. Slowly, deliberately. It had no face. The realization hit me like a slap. There was no face, just smooth, featureless skin where eyes, a nose, and a mouth should have been. I could see nothing but the pale reflection of the flashlight's beam bouncing off it, but it didn't seem to notice or care. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I was frozen, trapped by a primal instinct that told me to run, to flee, but I couldn't. The figure tilted its head, like it was studying me now. Then, without warning, it began to walk away, moving into the trees, its legs bending and twisting in ways that defied reason. I didn't wait around to watch it go. I turned and ran back inside the cabin, bolting the door behind me. I spent the rest of the night there, too scared to leave, too scared to sleep. When the rain finally stopped the next morning, the world outside seemed different. It felt like I had crossed some line, one that could never be uncrossed. But the figure was gone. For now, I finished the cabin in the days that followed. It was just a structure, a place to sleep, to rest, to survive. But I never felt the same about that land. I never looked at the trees the same way again. Some things are better left unknown. Some things are better left unseen. And as I looked out at the woods, I realized that some parts of nature will always hold secrets you weren't meant to find. But at least I had finished the cabin. At least I was safe. For now. The first time I saw the cabin, it looked like a safe haven, a secluded escape from the world. I had just moved into the area, away from the noise of city life, a fresh start. The cabin was tucked deep in the woods, on the outskirts of a small town in upstate New York. It was a perfect place to settle in, calm down, and find some peace after everything that happened. I thought the solitude would help me sort out my life. I'd been driving for hours, the only sound being the hum of my tires on the empty, winding road. The trees blurred by the windows, the occasional flash of sunlight breaking through the canopy, casting a warm glow onto the dirt road. I was in my late 30s, still young, but with a lot of baggage. Divorce, career burnout, 1,000 unfinished projects. The cabin was supposed to be a break from all of that. Place to reset. It was a small 2-story log cabin. Nothing special on the outside, just logs, stacked up and weathered from years of exposure to the elements. The roof had patches where shingles were missing, but it looked livable, maybe even charming. I'd seen pictures online before making the long drive, but photos can lie, can't they? The cabin had a rough around the edges feel to it. The porch creaked as I stepped out of my truck, and I took a deep breath, inhaling the fresh, pine-scented air. The silence was almost deafening, but it was the kind of quiet I had longed for.
No honking horns.
No crowded streets, just the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. It had been a long day, so I didn't bother unpacking. I grabbed a beer from the fridge, sat in an old rocking chair by the window, and let the slow fall of dusk take over the cabin. The trees outside shifted gently as the wind picked up, and I tried to unwind, focusing on the calm. The first night in the cabin was uneventful. There were no strange noises, no eerie feelings in the air, just the normal creaks and groans of a house settling. I slept soundly, the kind of sleep you only get when you're in a place you feel safe, away from the pressure of the outside world. The second day, things started to feel off. At first, it was subtle, a sense of something not quite right. I had explored a bit, taken in the nearby woods and the lake a few miles away. The town was small, quiet, with just a few shops and houses, so I didn't expect much interaction. But by midday, I noticed the air felt colder. It wasn't a drastic change, just a sharp drop that had me wrapping my jacket around me a little tighter. I checked the back door, making sure it was locked. I'm not paranoid, but there's something about being so far away from civilization that gives you a strange sense of awareness. The trees seemed thicker somehow, the shadows longer. I told myself I was just imagining things and went back inside. But as the sun dipped lower, I started hearing noises, subtle creaks from upstairs, like someone walking in the old wooden floors. I brushed it off. The cabin had been unoccupied for years before I moved in. It was probably just the wood expanding and contracting with the temperature. I wasn't worried, at least not yet. That night, as I lay in bed, the noises became more distinct. Soft footfalls, someone moving in the upstairs bedroom. I sat up, heart hammering. My eyes darted around the room. The moonlight spilled through the cracks in the blinds, illuminating the old furniture and the dust motes dancing in the air. There was no one up there. I was sure of it. I had checked every corner of the cabin when I first arrived. Yet the sounds continued. This wasn't my imagination. Something was moving upstairs. I grabbed the flashlight from my bedside table and cautiously opened the door, making my way upstairs. The old floorboards creaked under my weight. Each step felt louder than the last, as if the house itself were trying to tell me to turn back. I reached the top of the stairs and froze. The hallway was empty, bathed in the same eerie moonlight. There were no signs of anything out of place. I stood there for a few minutes, listening. The sound of my own breath was the only thing that filled the space. I turned around and made my way back to my room. I kept the light on that night, unwilling to let the shadows take over again. The next day, I decided to do some maintenance. Check the pipes, sweep up the dust, clear out some of the old furniture in the attic. It was a chore, but it kept me busy. The last thing I wanted was to sit around and let my mind wander to the strange things I had heard the night before. By noon, I was upstairs, rummaging through some old boxes in the attic. The place had a musty smell, like it hadn't been touched in years. I opened one box after another, sorting through old books and dusty knickknacks. That's when I found it. A small metal box, hidden behind a stack of old newspapers. It was locked, but the key was taped to the bottom of the box. I stared at it for a moment before deciding to open it. Inside was a bundle of old photographs, some letters, and a small, yellowed piece of paper that had been folded multiple times. I unfolded it carefully. The handwriting was old, the ink faded, but the words were still legible. They don't leave this place. No matter what you do, they don't leave. I shuddered. Who had written this? And why had it been tucked away like this, hidden in a box no one had bothered to touch for decades? My thoughts began to race. Who had lived here before me? Why did the cabin feel so off? I set the paper aside and continued sifting through the box. That's when I saw it. Something that made my blood run cold. A photograph. A black and white photo of the cabin, taken from the same spot I had stood just a day earlier, looking out across the porch. But there was something wrong with it. In the photo, the cabin was intact, well kept. But behind it, a figure stood just inside the trees, hidden partially by the shadows. I stared at it for a long time, but the figure wasn't clear. It was blurry, almost like a distortion. I stuffed the photo back into the box, a sense of unease creeping into my mind. Maybe it was nothing, a trick of the camera. Or maybe it was just someone passing through, trying to get a glimpse of the place. But the more I thought about it, the more the feeling lingered. There was something about this cabin I didn't understand. That night, as I settled into bed, I couldn't shake the sensation that I was being watched. The noises upstairs returned, and they were louder now, more deliberate. I grabbed the flashlight and moved cautiously toward the stairs again. As I stepped into the hall, a sudden cold breeze brushed against my face. The air felt different now, heavy, thick with an unsettling chill. I turned on the light at the top of the stairs, casting long shadows down the hallway. I had no idea what I was expecting to find, but the feeling in my gut told me it wouldn't be good. I walked slowly down the hallway toward the closed door at the end, the door to the room where I had never dared go, the door that had always seemed to whisper to me, to draw me in. The door creaked as I pushed it open. My heart pounded in my chest. The room was dark, but I could see a faint outline of something lying on the floor. I aimed the flashlight toward it. There, sprawled out on the floor, was a body, a lifeless, pale figure, lying in a pool of blood. Its eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling. My stomach lurched. The sight of it was enough to make me stumble backward, almost falling over in my panic. The body was decomposed, far more than I would have expected for someone who had just died. The smell hit me next, a rancid, rotten stench that made me gag. I backed away, my breath short, my pulse racing. I didn't know who this person was or how they ended up here. I didn't know why the body was left in that room, a place I had avoided. But there was one thing I knew for sure. Someone had died here, and that someone had been left behind. I stumbled out of the room, my heart hammering in my chest, my mind spiraling out of control. I couldn't stay here anymore. I had to leave. I had to get help. The air in the cabin felt thick now, suffocating. My legs shook as I fumbled with my phone, desperately trying to dial 911. But as I turned back to look at the body one last time, something caught my eye. The door. It had been ajar when I left, but now it was closed. Slowly, I walked back toward it, and as I reached for the handle, I knew I wasn't alone. It was late October of 2017 when I decided to head up north for a week to stay in my cousin's old hunting cabin. He hadn't used it in years, and I'd asked if I could borrow it for some time away. I was 34 then, between jobs, newly single, and just wanted to be left alone for a while. I thought it'd be good to spend some quiet time with my dog, Jasper, a 6-year-old black lab mix who was more loyal than most people I knew. The cabin was about 45 minutes outside of Ironwood, Michigan. It sat just off an old logging road in the woods near Lake Superior, surrounded by thick trees and empty forest. It wasn't the kind of place people stumbled across. If you didn't know where to turn, you'd never find it. I loaded up the truck with a week's worth of food, my sleeping bag, a heavy coat, some books, and a generator in case I needed power. I brought Jasper's food, his old blanket, and some extra gear just in case. I'd been camping all my life, but this wasn't just a weekend thing. I planned to stay for 7 full days. It was already cold up there. Not snowing yet, but you could smell it in the air. Cold enough at night that you needed layers even inside. The drive up was uneventful, just a slow climb into the quiet woods. Cell signal dropped about 10 miles out. After that, it was just me, Jasper, and the trees. When I got to the cabin, everything looked exactly how I remembered it from years ago. Just a one-room wood building with a tin roof, a small wood stove, and a rickety porch out front. It wasn't fancy, but it held warmth well enough. and the roof didn't leak. There was a shed out back that held chopped firewood, a rusted axe, and an old aluminum boat flipped upside down.
No plumbing, no Unsettling.
Just a place to disappear. I got to work right away unpacking, getting the stove going, and checking around the place for any signs of animals or squatters. Nothing. The lock on the door still worked, and aside from a few squirrel droppings in the corner, the place was as I left it last time. Jasper sniffed every inch, tail wagging like crazy. He loved the woods, loved it more than anything. The first day passed slow and quiet. I went for a short hike with Jasper down to the river a few miles out. The trees were nearly bare, and the sky stayed gray most of the time. I didn't see another soul, not even a plane overhead. At night, I read by lantern light and let the wood stove crackle us to sleep. Jasper curled up by my feet like always. He was warm, alive, and real. That was enough. The second day, I chopped some firewood, made a simple breakfast, and took Jasper out to explore the trail past the ridge behind the cabin. It wasn't marked, but I remembered it from years ago. It followed the edge of a dried-out creek bed and eventually looped back around to a logging path. We went slow. I had a .22 rifle slung over my shoulder, not for hunting, but for bears or coyotes if needed. About halfway through that hike, I saw something that made me stop. Just off the path, maybe 30 feet back, there was a tree with fresh marks in the bark. Deep ones, not made by an axe. Claw marks. 3 thick gouges down the trunk about chest high. I put my hand to them. They were fresh. Jasper sniffed the air and lowered his head. Could have been a bear. Could have been nothing. I told myself it didn't matter, but something about it felt wrong. Bears don't usually get that close to cabins, especially with all the smell of people and dogs around. Still, I didn't let it bother me. I didn't want it to bother me. That night, something woke me up. It wasn't loud, just a soft rustle outside, like leaves dragging across the porch. Jasper sat up before I did, ears up, nose twitching. He didn't bark, but he stared at the door with that stiff, focused posture dogs get when they're watching something. I got up quietly, grabbed the flashlight, and stepped to the window. I didn't turn the light on. I just looked. Nothing but dark trees and the faint outline of the porch in the moonlight. I listened for a while but heard nothing else. Eventually, I crawled back into the sleeping bag. Jasper didn't settle for another hour. The next morning, I found footprints. Not boots, bare feet. Human maybe, but not normal. The prints were wide and short with thick toes and a weird arch. They started just past the porch and led off into the woods toward the old logging road. I followed them for about 30 feet before they vanished in the leaves. They didn't make sense. Too big to be a child, too messed up to be shoes. My chest got tight just looking at them. Jasper growled once, low in his throat. Then we went back to the cabin. I didn't hike that day. I chopped more wood, cleaned the cabin, and stayed close. I made chili in a pot on the stove and kept the rifle within reach. Jasper didn't leave the porch, not even to pee. He just laid there, watching the woods, ears flicking back and forth like he was trying to catch something I couldn't hear. That night, it came back. I didn't see it. I heard it. Footsteps on the porch, slow, heavy ones. The wood creaked under its weight. Jasper went stiff again, but didn't bark. Just stared. I had the rifle beside me and the flashlight ready. I didn't move. I just laid there and listened as it passed by the window, stopped at the door, and then turned around.
No knock.
No sound. Just breathing. I swear I heard it breathing. In the morning, I found more footprints, this time clearer. The toes were splayed out like someone who hadn't worn shoes in years. One print had what looked like a scar or missing toe. It had stood right at the door. Just stood there. I wanted to leave, but I told myself I was being stupid. Probably a homeless guy or some mountain drifter. Maybe even just a weird bear. I'd locked the door. I had a gun. Jasper was with me. I stayed. The 5th day, I left a trap. I rigged up some fishing line across the porch with a few empty cans tied to it. Just enough that if anything walked through, it would make noise. I figured I'd scare it off or at least get a look at whatever it was. That night, the trap worked. Around 2 in the morning, I heard the cans crash to the floor outside. Jasper bolted up, barking for the first time. I grabbed the flashlight and threw the door open. Nothing. The line was snapped. The cans were scattered. No sign of anything. Just woods, darkness, and silence. I scanned the trees with the light, but it barely reached past the porch. I felt something watching me, not just fear, something sharp and cold right in my gut. I backed inside and locked the door. The next morning, the prints were all around the cabin, not just near the porch. They were by the windows, by the back wall, and near the shed. It had walked in circles around me all night. I packed up that morning. I'd had enough. I stuffed everything into the truck, loaded up Jasper, and tried to start the engine. Dead. The battery wasn't just low, it was gone. Completely drained. It made no sense. I'd started it the day before to warm up. No lights had been left on. It was just dead. The nearest town was a long walk, at least 10 miles. I could have gone on foot, but I didn't trust leaving the cabin with Jasper alone, and I sure didn't want to be caught out in the woods after dark with whatever was out there. So I stayed. One more night, I barricaded the door, pushed the table and chairs in front of it, made sure the rifle was loaded, and sat up with Jasper in my lap. I didn't even try to sleep. Just past midnight, I heard it again. This time, it wasn't alone. 2 sets of footsteps, slow, dragging, one heavy, one lighter, quicker. They circled the cabin, tapped the walls. I heard something breathing just outside the window again. Jasper didn't bark. He whined, tail tucked, and crawled closer to me. I'd never seen him like that before. And then the footsteps stopped. I held my breath. It was silent for what felt like an hour. Then something scraped against the wood. A long, slow scrape like nails or claws down the siding. Circled once more, then was gone. The next morning, there were no prints. No marks. Nothing. Just frost on the grass and a sky turning gray. But the truck started. I didn't question it. I grabbed everything, didn't even check the shed. I threw it all in the bed and we left. I didn't look back. I drove straight to town and got a motel for the night. I slept with the lights on. A few days later, I called my cousin, asked him if he'd ever had weird stuff happen at the cabin. He said no. He hadn't been up there in over a decade. I didn't tell him what happened. Didn't feel like he'd believe me. I never went back. That was almost 8 years ago now. I still have Jasper. He's older, slower, but he's still with me. He doesn't like the woods anymore. I don't either. I don't know what it was. Person, maybe. Something else. I don't think it matters. What matters is I trusted my dog when he said something was wrong. I listened. I left. And because of that, I'm still here. My name is Ryan Clark. I'm 34 years old now, but this happened when I was 28. I haven't told many people about it. Not because I'm afraid they won't believe me, but because saying it out loud makes me feel like I'm right back there. Smelling the pine sap, hearing the cracking of dry leaves, seeing the man's short, stiff, black hair silhouetted in the twilight. Back in 2019, I lived in a small town called Meaford, tucked against the Georgian Bay shoreline in Ontario, Canada. I worked construction, and I was always hunting for side jobs. Most of the time, they were boring, patching drywall, pouring driveways, redoing roofing in the heat. But one of my crew, an older guy named Leo, told me about a client who wanted a full glass cabin built way out in the woods near Magnetawan. Remote spot, miles from anything. No proper road even. I liked the sound of it. pay was good, and the guy who owned the land had apparently gone and cleared it all himself. No trees, just flat bedrock and tall grass. He already had the materials shipped in massive tempered glass panels, steel frames, everything. All he needed was someone to put it together. It was late September when I first drove out there. The sky had that muted gray tone, the kind it gets when autumn is starting to settle in and summer is just a memory. I remember thinking the trees looked too quiet. Still green, but too quiet. The road was gravel for the last 10 kilometers, then just stopped at the edge of the forest. The rest of the way I had to hike in, hauling tools on my back like a mule. The sight was surreal. It looked like someone had dropped a modern architect's wet dream in the middle of untouched forest. There were no other structures, no power lines, no signs of anything except a roughly cleared rectangular area with stacks of glass leaned against metal braces, all wrapped in weatherproof sheeting. The glass was high-grade stuff, at least 10 feet tall, maybe 6 feet wide. There was a portable toilet tucked behind some pine shrubs and a large steel shipping container where the materials had been stored. No cabin yet, no foundations poured, just the pieces and me. I didn't meet the guy right away, the man who owned the place. He wasn't there the first day. I worked alone, setting up temporary supports and mapping the frame layout. It was silent. No birds, no bugs, nothing but the wind creaking through the canopy. I stayed overnight in my truck parked near the trailhead and hiked back in the next morning with a pack of supplies and my tent. That was the plan. I'd camp on site for the next few weeks and finish the job. Simple. Second day, I met him. He walked in from the trees in the morning. No sound. Just appeared behind me while I was adjusting a support beam. I turned and there he was, maybe 6 feet tall, stocky but not fat, wearing a long gray jacket and heavy boots that looked like military issue. His hair was short, so short it looked like black sand glued to his scalp. His face was pale, very pale. He didn't say anything, just nodded at me and circled the site slowly, watching. I thought maybe he was shy or weird, or maybe just rich and antisocial. Whatever, I didn't care. I was there to work, not make friends. He came every day after that. Never spoke, never helped, just stood near the edge of the trees and watched. Always silent, always in the same coat, even when the weather was warm. I asked Leo about it once over the phone. He said the guy had money and wanted privacy, and that I should just do the job and get out. So I did. The glass frame went up fast. I worked long hours, pushing myself because I knew the weather was going to turn soon. October in northern Ontario isn't forgiving. Once the nights hit freezing, working with metal gets dangerous. I didn't want to be out there when frost turned the place into a death trap. The cabin was designed to be simple but stunning. One large room, all glass walls and ceiling, with a steel floor elevated slightly off the bedrock by welded posts. The panels had to be maneuvered with care, and the ceiling system was complex. But it was beautiful. When the sunlight hit the panels, they shimmered, reflecting the sky and forest like a mirror. But it didn't feel beautiful. Felt wrong. Like the glass didn't belong there. Like the trees hated it. And I started noticing things. Small things at first. My tent was moved 6 inches one morning. Just enough that I could tell. My tool belt was hanging upside down one afternoon when I was sure I'd left it lying flat. The guy with the short hair never said anything. Just stood there, like a scarecrow with blood in his veins. Still, watching. Sometimes I'd catch him looking up into the trees instead of at me, like he was listening for something. I told myself it was my imagination, but then I started hearing noises at night. It started with clicks, not animal sounds, not wind, sharp clicks, like a tongue snapping against the roof of a mouth, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Always near my tent, never far. I kept a hatchet with me. I started sleeping with it in my hand. Then the clicking turned into scraping, like fingernails dragging along canvas. I thought about packing up and leaving, but I was already halfway through the job. I told myself I was just tired, that I needed the money. One night I heard breathing, not mine, heavy breathing outside the tent, just standing there a few feet away. Then footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling. Then the breathing again. I didn't sleep after that, just laid there, eyes wide open, listening. The man with the short hair was never there at night, only during the day. I started wondering where he stayed. I never saw a car, never saw a tent, nothing. Then I found the hole. It was about 100 yards from the cabin site, behind a wall of thick cedar bushes. A shallow depression at first glance, but when I cleared the debris away, it was a hole, perfectly square, about 3 feet wide, maybe 5 feet deep, lined with stone. There were claw marks on the inside walls, long ones, like something had tried to climb out. No ladder, no tools nearby, just the hole. I didn't tell anyone about it. I should have, but I didn't. That night, I moved my tent closer to the shipping container. It had a steel door that could be locked from the inside. I figured I'd sleep there from now on, and I did. For the next 3 nights, I didn't hear anything. No clicks, no breathing, no footsteps, until the 4th night. The door rattled at exactly 3:17 a.m. Not a gentle shake. It slammed 3 times. Boom, 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 then silence. I waited, holding my breath, gripping my hatchet like it was the only thing keeping me alive. I didn't sleep. I watched the sun rise through the little vent window. When it got light enough, I stepped outside. Footprints, bare footprints, in the frost, leading away from the container and back toward the trees. But that day, the man didn't show up. I finished the structure by the end of that week. It stood there like a monument to wrongness, clean, sleek, and completely out of place, like something meant to lure people in. The man returned the next day, watched from the trees, nodded once when I packed up my gear and started hauling it back down the trail. No payment, no thanks, no words, just that same nod. I got back to Meaford the next evening and called Leo, told him the job was done. He said the guy had already paid in full. I didn't go back, not for months, but I couldn't stop thinking about it, about the hole, the noises, the glass walls that showed everything but somehow felt like they hid more than they revealed. In late April, I decided to go back. I don't know why. Curiosity, guilt, something. I told myself I just wanted to see the cabin finished and standing in the spring light. I told no one where I was going. Just drove up alone, same route, same trailhead. But when I got there, everything was wrong. The clearing was overgrown, as if no one had stepped foot there in months. The grass was waist-high. The path I'd carved through the brush was gone. The cabin was still there. The glass was intact, but the inside was destroyed. Furniture overturned. Steel floor rusted with streaks of something dark and dry. And the glass, every panel on the inside was covered with handprints. Thousands of them. Some small, some large, all from the inside. And the hole was deeper, much deeper, at least 20 feet now. Still square, still lined with stone. And this time there were bones at the bottom. Piles of them, clean, picked dry, and a coat, a gray coat like the one the man had worn, torn, shredded, hanging on a root like someone had tried to claw their way out and failed. I backed away slowly, got in my truck and drove. I didn't stop until I was home. I told no one, not Leo, not the cops, no one. I quit construction 2 months later, started working in a hardware store. Less money, but I sleep better now. I don't know what happened out there, but that cabin was never meant for living. It was meant for watching, for trapping, for containing something. And the man with the short hair, he wasn't the owner. He was just the first one it caught. It was the summer of 2013. I was 26, single, and just between jobs. I'd been living in Manchester, doing night shifts at a warehouse, but I was burnt out and tired. I quit with a bit of savings stacked away and no real plan ahead. My mum's older brother, Martin, had a small farm in Wales near a place called Langerig. Remote area, lots of woods, miles away from anything resembling a town. He wasn't farming it anymore, but he still kept the land, a few outbuildings, and a small cabin he'd built years ago when he first bought the place. My mum called me one day and said Martin could use a hand fixing a few things out there, broken fences, overgrown trails, clearing the barn, that sort of thing, and in return I could stay in the cabin rent-free for the summer. It sounded like a decent trade. I figured I could use the quiet to clear my head, maybe get in shape, and enjoy some fresh air after years of city life. So, in early June, I packed a bag, took a slow train out, and then Martin picked me up in an old blue pickup at the station. We barely spoke on the drive. He was one of those men who believed in saying less and doing more. He dropped me at the cabin, handed me a set of keys, pointed at the tool shed and the barn, and drove off with a wave. Said he'd check in at the end of the week. The cabin was about 500 yards from the main road, hidden behind a thick row of trees. It was small, wooden, one-story, tin roof, no insulation, but solidly built. It had a little front porch with 2 sagging chairs and a view over the tall grass and treeline. Inside was a bed, an old gas heater, a table, a few shelves, and a kitchenette that ran on propane. No Wi-Fi, no signal unless you hiked up to the edge of the property. That first night, I sat on the porch watching the wind push the grass around, and I thought, yeah, this might actually be good. I spent the first few days doing basic cleanup. The trail from the cabin to the barn was mostly grown over, so I cut that back with a machete Martin left for me. The fences on the west side of the land had been knocked flat, probably by storms or animals, so I started collecting the pieces to rebuild it. The barn itself was full of old junk, rusted tools, stacked crates, and piles of hay that hadn't been touched in years. I didn't mind the work, kept me busy, and there was something calming about sweating in the sun and seeing real progress. But even early on, something about the place didn't sit right. Not in an obvious way. It wasn't creepy at first, just quiet. Too quiet, the kind of quiet that feels heavy. I'd be out there raking brush or sorting timber and realize I hadn't heard a single bird for hours. No crows, no wind, nothing. Just the crunch of my boots and the rasp of branches. It made my skin crawl sometimes, and I couldn't explain why. At night it was worse. The cabin creaked like old wood does, but I kept hearing sounds that didn't fit. Scraping outside the walls. Heavy, short thumps. A few times I heard what sounded like someone shifting weight on the porch, like a boot scuffing the wooden boards. I'd grab the flashlight and look out, but there was nothing, just the same field and treeline, still as ever. Around the second week, I found the trail. I was clearing brush about 30 yards behind the barn, near a thick patch of trees, when I saw something strange. A narrow footpath, half hidden, pressed into the grass. It wasn't a game trail, too straight, too defined. It cut off sharply into the trees and vanished into the woods. I hadn't seen it before, and Martin never mentioned anything about it. I figured maybe he'd used it years back to get to a creek or something. Curiosity got the better of me, so I followed it. The trail wound through the trees for about 10 minutes. It got narrower the deeper I went, and the woods got thicker, darker. I started to think I'd made a mistake when it opened up into a small clearing. Right in the middle was what looked like an old shed, but calling it a shed didn't feel right. It was more like a shack. The roof had caved in on one side, the walls were rotted and warped, and one of the doors hung loose on a rusted hinge. It looked abandoned for decades. I stepped closer and caught a whiff of something foul. Not death exactly, but old rot, like wet wood and mildew and something else. I poked my head in and saw busted crates, a few piles of clothes, and a rusted camping stove. In the corner was a stained mattress and a pile of what looked like bones. Small ones, maybe animal. I didn't look too close. The whole place gave off a bad feeling, like I was somewhere I shouldn't be. I backed out and left quick. I didn't tell Martin about it when he came by that weekend. I don't know why. Maybe I thought he already knew about it and didn't want it disturbed. Or maybe I just didn't want to sound like I was spooked by some rotten shed. He helped me fix the fencing and said he'd be back in a few weeks. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the bones, the mattress, the smell. Around midnight, I heard something walking around outside again. This time it was different. Slow, steady footsteps, crunching grass. I turned off the lamp, crouched by the window, and peeked out. At first, I didn't see anything. Then, just beyond the tall grass, I spotted a shape moving. A man, I think. Not running, not sneaking, just walking. Tall, thin, in dark clothes. He didn't look toward the cabin. He just walked the edge of the field, then disappeared into the trees near where I'd found the trail. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I waited until morning and hiked up to the spot I'd seen him enter. I found the trail again. Same narrow path, same thick woods. I followed it back to the shack. It looked the same, but this time there were fresh footprints in the dirt. Big ones, boots, and the door I'd seen hanging loose, now it was shut. That changed everything. I started locking the cabin at night, even though the door barely had a proper lock. I kept the machete by the bed. Every night I listened for footsteps, and most nights I heard them. Sometimes just for a few minutes, sometimes for hours. Once, I swear I heard breathing just outside the wall behind my bed. Slow, deep breaths like someone standing still. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe some local squatter using the shack. Maybe a hunter or a drifter. But something about the way they moved, the silence, the timing, it felt off. I kept working during the day, but I started avoiding the trail altogether. A week later, I found something on the porch. It was early morning. I opened the cabin door and stepped outside, and there, on the top step, was a dead rabbit. Gutted, skinned, perfectly laid out. Not chewed or torn up like an animal would do. It was clean, precise. Its eyes had been removed. I froze. I stood there for a long time just staring at it. Eventually, I scooped it up with a shovel and tossed it deep into the brush. I didn't know what else to do. That night, I barely slept. Around 2 a.m., I heard scratching at the door. Not loud, just soft, steady dragging sounds, like nails or a stick being run along the wood. It lasted 10 minutes, then stopped. I waited until sunrise before opening the door. There was nothing there, but the wood was marked. Long, thin scratches dragged downward. I decided to leave. I packed a bag, hiked up the hill until I had signal, and called Martin. Told him I was heading back early. Didn't give a reason. He didn't ask. I think he knew something was off. I waited in the cabin that day, scared but trying to stay calm. When I stepped out that afternoon to grab water from the rain barrel, I saw someone standing at the treeline. Same spot I'd seen the figure before. He was just standing there, not moving, watching the cabin. I went inside, locked the door, sat with the machete, and didn't move for hours. When I finally looked again, he was gone. Martin picked me up the next morning. I said nothing. Neither did he. Years have passed now. I live in Sheffield, work a regular job, rent a flat. I haven't been back to the cabin. Martin sold the land a year later to some developer, and last I heard, they cleared most of it out to make way for some eco-retreat. They probably tore down the shack. Sometimes I wonder who lived there, if that's what you could call it. I wonder if they're still out there, walking the woods, watching the fields. I've never told anyone the full story, not even my mom, but I'll never forget that summer. The silence, the trail, the breathing, the way I felt watched even when no one was around. And I'll never forget the way the rabbit's body was laid out. Perfect, deliberate, like someone wanted to send a message. I got it. I've never gone near a cabin since. It was October of 2011, and I was 32. I had taken a week off work from my job at a distribution warehouse in West Virginia. I wasn't much of a traveler or hiker, but I needed quiet, away from forklifts and alarms and people coughing up black coffee all morning. My uncle once mentioned an old family-owned cabin he used to visit when he was young, out by Fort Delaney, a now mostly forgotten Civil War site tucked into the hills near the Kentucky border. It hadn't been used in decades, and from the way he talked about it, nobody in the family really cared what happened to it anymore. I figured it was perfect. No tourists, no phone service, no traffic. I borrowed a beat-up old Jeep from my coworker, threw a sleeping bag, some canned food, a water jug, and a basic tool kit into the back, and started the 3-hour drive early in the morning. The directions my uncle gave me were old school, turn by turn on paper with landmarks instead of GPS. He warned me the road might not be drivable all the way up anymore, but I figured I'd hike the last stretch if I had to. The highway turned to back roads, then gravel, and finally what barely passed for a dirt trail, cutting through an endless sprawl of pines and oaks. About a half-mile from where the cabin supposedly stood, the Jeep gave up. The trail was too narrow, too overgrown. I parked it, slung my backpack over my shoulder, and started walking. It was colder than I expected. The trees were mostly bare, but some dead leaves still clung on, fluttering like dry paper whenever the wind picked up. The whole place smelled like soil, moss, and distant fire smoke, even though I hadn't seen another soul for hours. Just birds, and not many of them. I found the cabin just as the sun was dipping behind the ridgeline. It sat about 30 yards off the trail, partly hidden behind a slope and thick trees. The thing looked like it had sunk into the ground. The porch was warped and leaning, with moss growing out of every crack. The windows were black and empty, the glass long gone. The roof sagged under a blanket of dead leaves, but it was still standing. And to be honest, that was more than I expected. I stepped onto the porch and felt the wood bow under my weight. My boots made almost no sound. It was soft, damp, spongy. I opened the door with a push, creaked like you'd expect, but didn't fall off. Inside was pitch black. I clicked on my flashlight. The inside wasn't huge. One room, maybe 20 feet wide and 30 long, with a narrow hallway leading to what looked like a bathroom or storage closet. The walls were lined with old wood paneling, most of it warped or cracked. There was a fireplace made of stone on the far wall and what used to be a couch under the front window, but it had collapsed in on itself like a rotting carcass. Everything smelled like mildew and animal piss. Still, I was in. I rolled out my sleeping bag in the corner opposite the door, not near the window, and ate a can of beans cold. I didn't bother with a fire. I was too tired. The quiet was absolute. No bugs, no branches creaking, not even wind. It was a dead kind of silence that made you feel like your own breathing was too loud. I remember thinking the whole forest felt abandoned, not just the cabin. That night, I didn't sleep well. Not because of noise, just the opposite. It was the total stillness. I kept waking up in the dark, convinced I heard something, but each time it was just my own heartbeat or the faint rustle of a mouse in the wall. Around 3 a.m., I thought I heard something brushing against the outside wall, but when I got up and shined the light through the broken window, nothing moved. Morning didn't make things feel better. It was colder. I got dressed, ate some jerky, and decided to poke around outside. There were no real trails behind the cabin, just patches of flattened brush. I followed a few of them for a bit, hoping to find a stream or an old shed, but all I got was more woods. Around noon, I went back to the cabin and noticed something strange. Footprints. Not mine. They were faint, but I know what my boots look like. These were smaller, narrower, almost like old-fashioned shoes. They weren't fresh, more like imprints in the soft dirt under the porch. But they were there. I counted 5 or 6 steps leading from the side of the cabin toward the rear, but then they vanished. I stood there for a while, staring at them. I told myself they were probably old, maybe some hunter or hiker years back. Still, I kept glancing over my shoulder the rest of the day. I spent that afternoon trying to reinforce the cabin a little. Stacked a few stones at the base of the fireplace, propped up a board in front of the biggest window hole. I wasn't sure why. I had no plans to stay more than a couple nights, and nobody was coming out here anyway. But it felt better doing something. That night was worse than the first. I woke up suddenly, heart pounding. I didn't know what time it was. My flashlight was still next to me, but the batteries were low, just a dim beam. I thought I heard footsteps, not close but somewhere outside. Soft crunches like leaves under slow, careful movement. Then a pause, then another crunch, then nothing. My ears strained, trying to cut through the silence. The steps didn't come closer. They didn't repeat, but I was wide awake for hours, staring into the dark, clutching the flashlight like a weapon. When the sun finally broke through the trees, I got up and walked the whole area around the cabin. I didn't see anything, not one print, nothing disturbed. I wanted to leave then, but I didn't. I don't know why. Maybe pride, maybe stupidity. I told myself I was just spooked from being alone. City people aren't used to the stillness, that's all. I opened a can of tuna, chewed it slowly, and sat on the porch with my boots up on the railing, like I was trying to prove something. That was the day I found the cellar. There was a patch of dirt about 15 yards from the cabin where the ground sloped downward in a weird, sunken way. It looked like a shallow crater. I walked over, poked at it with a stick, and the stick clinked on something solid. I brushed away the leaves and loose dirt and found a thick wooden panel. It was nailed shut on all sides and had no handle. I dug around the edges until I found an old iron ring buried in the dirt. Took both hands and a lot of effort, but I managed to pull it open. Beneath was a short flight of stone steps leading into pitch black. The air that came out smelled like old metal and wet earth. I stood there for a while, looking down into the dark, until the wind shifted and I felt something colder than air brush against my face. I shut the panel and walked away. That was the first time I really felt scared. Not the kind of scared where you think something's nearby, but scared of something already there, something you stirred up. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. I kept the flashlight on, batteries be damned, and sat upright in my sleeping bag. Every time a leaf rustled, I jumped. Around 2 a.m., I heard something. It was the cellar door. I swear it. It was far off, but the sound was clear. A deep wooden creak, not like a tree branch. Heavier, slow, deliberate. I stayed frozen until dawn. I left the next morning. I packed up everything, didn't even eat breakfast. I didn't look at the cellar. I didn't look for prints. I just walked back to the Jeep, half expecting something to be wrong with it. But it started. I drove straight home. A week later, I looked up Fort Delaney online. There wasn't much. A few dusty historical mentions. Tiny battle, nothing major. But I found one article archived from 1973. Some amateur historian had gone looking for a family homestead near the fort and stumbled on a sealed root cellar in the woods. He opened it, found some old tools and clothes, said it looked like someone had lived down there once. The article ended with a quote I haven't forgotten. It wasn't abandoned. It was hidden. I never told my uncle I went. I never went back. But sometimes, late at night, I remember the feeling of that cold air against my face, the way it moved like it wasn't just wind, and the sound of wood creaking open in the dark. And I always wonder, if I'd opened that cellar door just a little farther, what else might have opened with it? It had been a rough few weeks. Life hadn't been kind to me recently, and the stress of the past year had weighed me down more than I cared to admit. When my old friend Ben invited me to spend a weekend at his cabin in the mountains, I jumped at the chance. I needed a break, somewhere far from the noise of the city, somewhere quiet where I could finally clear my mind. The cabin was located in the remote mountains of West Virginia, a good 3-hour drive from the nearest town. Ben had inherited it from his uncle, who had built it himself in the 1970s. It wasn't much, just a small, rustic log cabin tucked away in a thick patch of forest. The kind of place where no one would think to look for you if you wanted to disappear for a while. I could tell Ben was eager to get away from everything, too. I remember the drive up clearly. The road twisted and turned, narrow and unforgiving. The trees grew thicker the higher we climbed, until it felt like we were driving through a tunnel of green. The air grew cooler, fresher, and the further we went, the more isolated everything became. The world outside seemed to fall away, leaving only the dense woods around us. By the time we arrived at the cabin, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the trees. Ben parked his truck in front of the cabin and jumped out, stretching his legs. "Here we are," he said with a grin, as if the cabin had some magical property. I nodded, a little unsure. The place was isolated, which was exactly what I had wanted, but the reality of it hit me as I looked at the small, weathered structure. It wasn't just secluded, it was downright desolate. A rough gravel path led up to the front porch, which was barely big enough for 2 chairs. The wood of the cabin was worn, the logs darkened from years of exposure to the elements. The windows were small and covered with grime, but I could make out the faint outline of a few mismatched pieces of furniture inside. Ben opened the door with a loud creak and waved me in. "Welcome to my little slice of heaven." He dropped his bag by the door, and I followed him inside. The interior was what I expected. Rustic, cluttered, and a little dingy. There was a fireplace on the far wall, stacked with firewood that had clearly seen better days. The furniture consisted of a couple of mismatched chairs, a small wooden table, and an old couch that looked like it had been there longer than I had been alive. The smell of aged wood and the faint scent of pine filled the air. I set my bag down in one of the corners. The place had a charm to it, but I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Maybe it was the silence. Out here, there was no background hum of traffic, no distant drone of airplanes. It was just us, the cabin, and the vast forest surrounding it. We spent the first evening settling in, chopping firewood, and preparing dinner. The night grew darker quickly, and by the time we sat down to eat, the only light was from the flickering fire. Ben and I talked about old times, catching up on everything that had happened since we last saw each other. I tried to focus on the conversation, but my mind kept wandering. The silence in the cabin was almost oppressive, like it was waiting for something. It didn't help that the wind outside was picking up, howling through the trees like some kind of warning. After dinner, we decided to take a walk around the property. Ben had said that his uncle used to take long walks in the woods, claiming it helped clear his head. I figured it was as good an idea as any to get a feel for the place, so I grabbed a jacket and we headed outside. The night was cool, the kind of chill that settled into your bones. The wind was strong, rattling the trees and causing branches to creak and sway. The moon was hidden behind a thick layer of clouds, leaving us in near total darkness. Ben led the way, his boots crunching on the gravel path. We walked for about 20 minutes before Ben stopped suddenly, raising his hand in front of me. "Listen," he said, his voice low. I stopped beside him, straining my ears. At first, I didn't hear anything over the wind. But then, faintly, I caught something. A rustling like someone moving through the underbrush. "Probably an animal," I said, trying to sound casual. Ben didn't seem convinced. "It's too regular," he muttered. "Like someone walking." I shrugged it off, even though a small part of me wondered if Ben might be right. There was no one out here for miles, not a soul around for miles in any direction. And yet, that sound kept coming, rhythmic and deliberate. We stood there for a few moments, listening, but whatever it was had stopped. Ben made a face and turned back toward the cabin. I followed him, my mind racing. It was probably nothing, just a deer or some other animal. But the air felt different now, colder, heavier, as if something had changed. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the cabin's walls had me wide awake, staring at the ceiling. I tried to tell myself it was just the isolation, the unfamiliar sounds of the woods. But the unease was still there, gnawing at me, refusing to let me rest. The next day was clear, with a crisp morning breeze that made the trees sway gently. Ben was in good spirits, making breakfast while I sipped my coffee and tried to shake off the strange feeling from the night before. We decided to explore the forest more during the day, hoping to put whatever it was out of our minds. The woods were beautiful during the day, majestic with towering trees and a canopy that let only small beams of sunlight through. The forest floor was thick with leaves, and every step we took sent a cascade of branches and pine needles tumbling to the ground. Ben showed me a small stream that ran through the property, its water cold and clear. It was peaceful, serene. I could almost forget about the unease from the night before. But then, as we walked deeper into the forest, I noticed something strange. There were markings on the trees. At first, I thought it was just the natural wear from the environment, but as I looked closer, I realized they were deliberate. Deep gouges like something or someone had scraped at the bark with sharp claws. The marks were too consistent to be random, and they seemed to circle around certain trees, almost as if they were pointing toward something. Ben, I said, my voice tight, what are these? He glanced at the trees and shrugged. Probably just animals, or maybe some people from the local area marking the trees. It's nothing. I wasn't so sure. The air had grown heavier again, and the further we walked, the more I felt like we were being watched. It was subtle, but I could sense it. A feeling of eyes on me from somewhere deep in the forest. By the time we returned to the cabin that afternoon, I couldn't shake the feeling. We spent the rest of the day inside, talking, playing cards, and trying to forget the strange markings and sounds. The night came quickly, and once again, the wind howled through the trees. But this time, the feeling of unease was even stronger. Around midnight, I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, when I heard it again. That rustling sound. Only this time it was louder, closer. I sat up, heart pounding. My mind raced. Was it just an animal? Or was someone out there? I waited for a few moments, trying to convince myself it was nothing. But then, there was a knock at the door. It wasn't a loud knock, just a faint tap, but it was enough to send a shiver down my spine. I slowly got out of bed and crept toward the door, trying not to make a sound. The cabin was silent except for the wind. I peered out the window, but there was no one in sight, just the blackness of the night. I didn't open the door. Instead, I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my ears straining for any sound, my heart pounding in my chest. But after a long moment, I heard footsteps retreating into the woods. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed up, watching the door, listening to the wind, and waiting for morning. When the sun finally rose, I told Ben about the knock, but he brushed it off. You're probably just paranoid. The wind does weird things out here. But I wasn't so sure. Something about that night felt wrong, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. We packed up and left the cabin the next morning, my mind still racing. As we drove away, I looked out at the trees one last time. The woods were silent again, but the markings on the trees still haunted me. I never went back to that cabin. Something in those woods, something unseen, was waiting. I could feel it in my bones. had always wanted to escape the noise of the city. After years of working long hours in an office, the constant ringing of phones, and the endless buzz of emails, I needed a break. Some quiet, a chance to clear my mind. That's why when my friend Dave invited me to his cabin in the woods for a weekend, I jumped at the chance. It sounded perfect. A small getaway in a secluded area, just far enough from civilization to forget about everything for a while. Little did I know that my need for peace would lead me straight into something far darker than I ever could have imagined. Dave's cabin was nestled in a small, quiet valley in the Appalachian Mountains, about 2 hours from the nearest town. He had inherited it from his grandfather, who had built it in the late 60s. The place wasn't big, but it was cozy. Wooden walls, a small kitchen, a stone fireplace that had always smelled of burning pine wood, and a couple of bedrooms upstairs. When I first arrived, the sun was just beginning to set, casting an orange glow over the trees and the clearing around the cabin. The air was fresh, cool, and clean. There was no traffic, no bustling crowds, just the soft rustle of the wind through the leaves, the occasional chirp of a bird, and the distant sound of a stream running through the woods. It felt perfect, like I had stepped into another world. A peaceful, untouched place where nothing could disturb you. Dave was already there when I arrived, sitting on the porch with a beer in his hand. He grinned at me as I got out of the car, greeting me with a big hug. "Glad you could make it," he said. "This place is gonna do wonders for you. It's the best way to get away from it all." I smiled, but there was something about his tone that felt a little off. Not much, just a hint of something I couldn't quite place. I brushed it off, though. I was tired from the drive and excited for a quiet weekend, so I focused on unloading my stuff and getting settled. That evening, we ate a simple dinner of steaks on the grill and talked about everything and nothing. Dave was always the type of guy who liked to talk about the past, the good old days when things were simpler. As the night wore on, the wind picked up and the temperature dropped. We moved inside the cabin, stoking the fire in the fireplace to keep warm. I noticed how quiet it was. The cabin felt snug and secure, but there was something unsettling about the silence. The wind outside howled, but there were no other sounds. No animals, no rustling of leaves, nothing. I tried to ignore the feeling that something wasn't quite right, but I couldn't shake it. The air seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to happen. Eventually, we decided to call it a night. I took the bedroom upstairs, and Dave stayed downstairs on the couch by the fire. The bed was comfortable, but I couldn't sleep. The quiet gnawed at me. I kept hearing noises, soft creaks and groans of the wood settling, the wind pressing against the windows. At one point, I swore I heard something scratching at the cabin's outer walls, but when I went to the window to check, there was nothing, just darkness and trees stretching out into the unknown. The next morning, I woke up to the smell of coffee and bacon. The sun had risen, casting a pale light over the landscape. Dave was already in the kitchen, humming as he cooked. "Morning," he greeted me when I walked in. "Sleep well." "Not really," I admitted. It was so quiet. I kept thinking I heard something outside. He chuckled. "That happens. This place can play tricks on your mind. It's so isolated, you get used to hearing things that aren't there." I nodded, but I wasn't convinced. I didn't like the feeling that had settled over me. It wasn't just the isolation, it was something else. Something I couldn't explain. After breakfast, we decided to go for a hike. The woods around the cabin were dense, the kind of forest where the trees seemed to close in around you, their branches intertwining overhead. The ground was uneven, covered with roots and rocks, and the air was thick with the smell of damp earth. It was beautiful, but there was a heaviness to it, like the woods were watching us. We hiked for a couple of hours, following a narrow trail that Dave said led to a small clearing with a creek. The silence was deafening. Even the birds had stopped singing, and the only sounds were our footsteps and the occasional rustling of leaves. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The woods felt too quiet, too still. It was the kind of stillness that made you uneasy, as if the world had paused for a moment, waiting for something to happen. As we reached the clearing, I noticed something strange. A set of fresh footprints in the mud, leading toward the creek. They were large, deeper than they should have been for someone walking casually. Dave noticed them too, and his expression shifted from his usual easygoing demeanor to something more serious. "Those don't look like normal tracks," he said, kneeling down to examine them. "They're too deep, and the direction, they don't seem to make sense." "Who would be out here?" I asked. "We're miles from anywhere." "I don't know," he replied, standing up and brushing the dirt off his knees. "But we should head back. The weather's changing, and it's better not to stick around too long." We made our way back to the cabin quickly, but I couldn't shake the image of those footprints. They seemed to follow a pattern almost deliberate, as if someone or something had been tracking us. But there were no signs of a person, no sound of footsteps behind us, nothing. That night, as we sat by the fire, the wind began to howl again, louder than before. It sounded like it was coming from all directions at once, like the entire forest was alive. Dave was quiet, staring into the flames. I tried to push the unease out of my mind, but it was becoming harder. There was something out there, something in the woods, and I wasn't sure I wanted to find out what it was. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of something moving outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then I heard it again, soft, deliberate footsteps crunching on the leaves. I got out of bed, moving quietly to the window. There, just beyond the trees, I saw a shadow. It was tall and thin, standing still for a moment before it moved again, disappearing into the darkness. I froze. My heart pounded in my chest. There was someone out there, someone who wasn't supposed to be. I grabbed my phone, ready to call the police, but the signal was spotty, as it always was out here. I turned to Dave, who was still asleep on the couch, unaware of the danger lurking just outside. The footsteps continued, slow and methodical. I felt the urge to hide, to lock myself in the bedroom and wait for morning. But something in me refused to run. I had to know what was going on. I grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen drawer and stepped outside onto the porch. The air was cold, the trees swaying in the wind, but everything felt wrong. The silence had returned, but this time it wasn't peaceful. It was ominous. I shone the light into the woods, but the beam barely cut through the darkness. I heard a twig snap to my left, and I swung the flashlight toward the sound, but there was nothing there. Then I heard it, a low, guttural growl, followed by the crunch of leaves as something moved closer. I backed up slowly, my pulse racing. I didn't know what it was, but I could feel it getting closer. Whatever it was, it wasn't human. Just then, I heard Dave's voice behind me. "What the hell are you doing out here?" I spun around, startled, but there was no time to explain. The growl came again, this time closer, too close. Something big, something fast was charging at us from the trees. I turned and ran, dragging Dave with me as we bolted for the cabin. The door slammed shut behind us, and I locked it with shaking hands. We stood there in the dark, listening. The growling stopped, replaced by the sound of heavy breathing. We didn't sleep that night. The next morning, we packed up and left. Neither of us said much, but the tension between us was palpable. We didn't need to talk about what had happened. We both knew we'd been followed by something dangerous. As we drove away, I looked back at the cabin one last time. The woods were still empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching, waiting for the next time we'd return. We didn't speak much on the way back. The cabin, the woods, and whatever had been stalking us would remain there, but I knew one thing for sure: I wouldn't be coming back. I was 35 the year it happened. It was 2017, and I had just left a job at a landscaping company in North Carolina. Things hadn't gone well for a while. I was behind on rent, scraping by with odd jobs. I didn't have family to lean on and wasn't close to many people anymore. I needed something that paid, didn't ask questions, and gave me a place to sleep. A friend of a guy I knew had a contact up in the Blue Ridge Mountains who needed help fixing up an old hunting cabin. It belonged to some rich man from out of state who wanted to renovate it to rent out to tourists in the summer. The job was simple. Basic repairs, painting, clearing brush, replacing floorboards, maybe fixing the roof. I'd stay in the cabin, be left alone, and get a decent paycheck when it was done. 6 to 8 weeks. Winter was setting in, but the pay was better because of that. I drove up there in my old Ford truck, packed with a duffel bag, some tools, a secondhand sleeping bag, a few groceries, and a propane heater. The cabin was about 12 miles off the main road, tucked into a ridge surrounded by pines and cold silence.
No neighbors.
No cell service. The last part of the drive was dirt and gravel, winding along a river that looked half-frozen already. The cabin itself wasn't huge. Just one bedroom, a front room with a fireplace and some furniture, a small kitchen, and a back storage room. It smelled like old wood and mouse droppings when I stepped in. The furniture was dusty. The floor creaked. It looked like no one had lived there for years. There was a small generator in the back shed and a water pump out front that still worked if you primed it right. I cleaned up, aired it out, and started a fire in the old stone fireplace that first night. It was cold, but not unbearable. The first week passed slowly. I repaired a few cracked window panes, cleared snow off the roof, started replacing rotten boards near the back porch. It was quiet, peaceful. There was no one around for miles. Occasionally, I'd hear a distant engine echo through the woods, maybe a snowmobile or someone logging nearby, but it was never close. I didn't see another soul until the end of the second week. That's when I noticed something strange. It was small things at first. One morning, I found fresh boot prints in the snow behind the cabin, near the treeline. Big prints, like from a man's work boots. I hadn't gone back there in 2 days. They weren't mine. I followed them a little way, but they just disappeared into the brush. Another time, I came back from chopping wood and found the front door cracked open. I always latched it when I left, but I told myself maybe I hadn't pulled it all the way shut. I checked the cabin. Nothing looked touched. My stuff was where I left it. Still, I started locking the door from then on, even during the day. The next few days were uneventful, but I felt different. I started waking up in the middle of the night, sweating, thinking I heard footsteps on the porch. Sometimes I thought I saw something move outside when I looked through the windows, but it was always gone when I opened the door and stepped out with a flashlight. Just wind and trees and snow. I tried to shake it off. I focused on the work, but I started noticing more signs. Wood chips under the window, like someone had been trying to pry it open from the outside. My propane heater moved slightly out of place one night. A few food items missing. I couldn't tell if I was going crazy or if someone was sneaking around the cabin when I wasn't looking. One morning, I found a dead bird on the steps. Its neck was broken, and it had been laid there like some kind of offering. It freaked me out more than I wanted to admit. I burned it in the fire pit and stayed inside the rest of the day. On the 24th day, I found something that made my stomach drop. Behind the shed, under a thin layer of snow, I found a sleeping bag. It was old and faded, half frozen, but it had clearly been used recently. There were food wrappers stuffed inside, some empty cans, and a plastic bottle filled with what looked like urine. Whoever it was had been camping just yards from where I slept every night. I took it and burned it all. I wanted to send a message that I knew someone had been there and they weren't welcome. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept the axe beside the bed and the flashlight in my hand. The next day, I hiked down the trail to the spot where I could get 1 bar of service and called the guy who had set me up with the job. He brushed it off, said it was probably just a drifter or a hunter passing through. He told me to carry a gun just in case, but I didn't own one. He offered to send someone in a few days if I really wanted, but I didn't want to look weak or lose the job. I said I'd be fine. The days dragged after that. The noises got worse. At night, I'd hear tapping on the walls. Slow, deliberate. Sometimes it sounded like something dragging along the porch. I tried to catch it, but by the time I'd throw on boots and run outside, there'd be nothing. No fresh prints. Nothing but the wind and the cold and the sound of my own breathing. I started keeping a fire going all night. I kept the axe even closer. Then, about a week later, I woke up and felt it immediately. Something was wrong. The cabin was too cold. I checked the fireplace. The fire was still burning low. But the door to the back storage room was open. I never left it open. I barely even went in there. It had old tools, some stacked chairs, and mouse droppings in the corners. But now it was open, and I swear I heard breathing. Not my own. Slow. Controlled. Close. I grabbed the axe, flicked on the flashlight, and walked slowly toward the door. I was shaking, but I had to check. I kicked the door open and swept the light across the room. Nothing. But the window in that room, the tiny one near the ceiling, was open. It had been nailed shut when I arrived. I didn't sleep that night. I nailed it shut again. Then I barricaded the front door and put heavy chairs against the windows. I felt trapped. Every sound set me off. Every creak felt like footsteps. I thought about hiking down and leaving, but the snow had picked up again, and it would be at least a half-day walk to town through the ridge. I told myself I could last a few more days, get the job done, leave with my money. The next day was when I found the camera. It was tucked up under the eaves of the cabin, almost hidden in shadow. Small, like a game cam, the kind hunters use. I'd walked past it a dozen times without noticing. I climbed up, pulled it down, and checked it. It had a memory card inside. I didn't have a laptop or anything, so I stuffed it in my pocket and took the camera out to the fire pit. I smashed it with the axe and threw the pieces into the flames. But the damage was done. Someone had been watching me. The last night was the worst. It started with the power going out. The generator stopped. I tried to restart it, but it was dead. Someone had cut the fuel line. I knew it wasn't just wear and tear. The hose was sliced clean. I went back inside, locked the door, and kept the fire going. I had my axe, 2 candles, and my flashlight, but the batteries were almost gone. I stayed awake, sitting in the chair near the fireplace, wrapped in the sleeping bag, watching the shadows move. Around 2 a.m., I heard it. The back window, glass shattering. I stood, axe in hand, and listened. The storage room. Again, I heard something moving in there. Slow steps on old wood. Breathing. I didn't wait. I moved to the doorway, raised the axe, and stepped in. There was a man standing in the dark. Mid-40s maybe. Beard, dirty clothes, heavy boots. He didn't move when I stepped in. He just stood there, breathing hard, looking at me like I was the intruder. I didn't hesitate. I swung the axe, caught him in the side of the shoulder. He screamed, grabbed at it, and I hit him again, then again. I don't remember how many times. When it was done, he wasn't moving. I collapsed on the floor beside him, breathing harder than I ever had. My hands were shaking. My shirt was soaked in blood that wasn't mine. I sat there until the sky started to turn gray. When morning came, I packed my bag, left the fire burning, and started walking. I didn't look back. I walked all the way to the nearest gas station, called the police, and waited. They found the body. They never found out who he was. He wasn't local. No ID. No missing persons matched him. Just a stranger in the woods with no reason to be there. He'd been living out there a while. They found a tarp shelter down in a ravine, hidden under some branches. He had binoculars, food wrappers, and dozens of pictures of the cabin printed out and pinned to the walls. Pictures of me inside. Pictures of me asleep. They ruled it self-defense. Said I was lucky to survive. Told me it happens more often than people think. Someone disappears into the woods, chooses a cabin, watches it until they decide they want it for themselves. I never went back. The check came in the mail a month later. I didn't cash it. I moved to a different state. Got a job in a hardware store. I still wake up some nights and think I hear someone breathing in the room. Still check the windows. Still feel that cold, watching silence. Sometimes I wonder how long he was out there before I noticed. And sometimes I wonder if he was really the only one. I was 38 that fall, divorced for 2 years, and finally getting used to the quiet. I'd moved out of Albuquerque a while after the split, rented a place in Taos for a year, then bought a piece of land a bit north of Chama, up near the Carson National Forest. It had a rough gravel road that wound out to a small, weather-beaten cabin tucked in the middle of about 10 acres of thick pines. I wasn't much of a recluse, but I needed a place to hit reset, and I figured the farther from the city I was, the better. I'd bought the land from an older guy named Tom Barden. He didn't say much during the sale, just wanted to be done with it. Said he hadn't stayed at the cabin in years and was just trying to get rid of it. The paperwork went through easy, and I had the title in hand by mid-September. That same week, I hauled up a couple of loads, tools, dry food, a generator, a cot, some folding chairs, and a few other things. I figured I'd camp out for a couple of weeks at a time and slowly work on fixing the place up. The cabin itself was nothing special. A single room, sagging porch, metal roof rusted through in places. There was an old wood-burning stove in the corner, some built-in shelves that had clearly seen better days, and a half-rotted bunk bed frame bolted into the back wall. The front door didn't lock properly, so I brought up a new deadbolt and planned to replace it once I had the tools laid out. I liked the solitude. The first week, I'd wake up to frost on the windows and birds rustling outside. I'd spend the mornings cutting and stacking wood, the afternoons walking the perimeter of the property, and the evenings sitting out on the porch with a thermos of coffee or whiskey, depending on the mood. I had a little solar battery rig that kept my phone charged, but I only turned it on once every couple of days to check messages or weather updates. About 10 days in, I started noticing strange things. Not the kind of stuff that screams horror movie, just small things easy to write off if you weren't paying attention. The first time was a missing piece of firewood from a stack I'd built the day before. I thought maybe I'd miscounted or a raccoon had knocked it off into the brush. A few days later, I found one of my gloves, left on the porch overnight, lying out near the tree lean, about 30 feet off. No drag marks, no chewed edges, just sitting there like someone had picked it up and dropped it again. Then came the smell. Started one night in early October, just after sunset. I was sitting inside reading, lantern burning low, and I caught a scent like burnt hair and rotting meat. I thought maybe something had died under the cabin or nearby, so I went out with a flashlight, walked all around the place, looked underneath with the light. Nothing. But the smell lingered, faint and nasty, like something had been there a few minutes before I came out. It was cold enough that week that I kept the stove going most of the night. I woke up around 3 a.m. one morning because the fire had died down and the inside of the cabin had gotten cold. I pulled on a jacket and went out for more wood. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Not loud, not crashing. More like someone trying not to be heard. They came from behind the cabin, from the direction of the old trail that ran off into the woods. I froze. I didn't think it was an animal. It was too steady, too purposeful. I turned off the flashlight and stood still. The sound stopped, too. I waited maybe 2 minutes before turning the light back on and sweeping it toward the trees. Nothing. I circled the cabin, shining the light low to catch prints or movement, but there was nothing out of place. Still, the hairs on the back of my neck didn't settle until I was locked back inside, stove roaring. The next morning, I checked for tracks. I thought maybe the cold had hardened the ground too much, but I did find something. Deep scuffs in the dirt behind the cabin, about 20 feet out. They weren't prints exactly, but something had definitely been moving there. I told myself it was a deer, maybe just stumbled a bit. But I knew better. Around that time, I stopped sleeping through the night. I'd wake up 2-3 times, no clear reason. The smell would come back, some nights stronger than others, and I'd hear movement. Not just footsteps, but low thuds, like something dropping from a tree or climbing over the porch railing. One night, I left a folding chair out on the porch by mistake. The next morning, it was gone. Not knocked over, not broken, gone. I looked for an hour in all directions, no sign of it. That's when I got serious about tracking. I set up a few small trail cams I'd used back in my hunting days. Just cheap ones, motion activated, nothing fancy. I pointed them toward the treeline, the back of the cabin, the trail. Next day, I checked the footage. Nothing. But the day after that, one of the cameras was broken. Snapped clean off the tree, as if someone had grabbed it and twisted it. The tree bark around it was scratched, and the camera itself had been smashed against a rock. That same morning, I found something hanging on the porch railing. A dead rabbit, cleanly gutted, its body split open down the middle.
No bite marks.
No signs of struggle, just placed there. I took a shovel and buried it far out past the trail. I didn't know what else to do. I started keeping a rifle close by, and I slept with it next to the cot. But I never saw anything clearly, just rustling shadows, strange prints that would vanish in the daylight, and that thick, choking smell that would come and go like fog. One night in mid-October, things finally hit a breaking point. I had just put out the lantern and was lying in the dark, eyes half shut, when I heard the porch creak. Not the wind, not an animal. Something heavy stepped right up to the door. I stayed frozen. I could hear slow breathing, like someone standing inches from the wood. I thought about grabbing the rifle, but I didn't want to move. The door didn't open, but something began to scratch it. Light at first, then harder. Not claws, fingernails, scraping down the wood in slow, measured strokes. After maybe a minute, the sound stopped. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I found scratches on the door, long and straight, like someone had dragged a hand down it. But they weren't human width apart. They were too long, too thin. I made the decision to leave that day. I packed up most of my gear, loaded it into the truck, and drove back to Taos. I stayed at a motel for a few days just to clear my head. I didn't go back to the cabin for over a month. When I finally did, it was to sell the place. But I had to check on it first. Snow had fallen early that year, and the road was half blocked, but I made it through. The cabin looked worse. Roof caved slightly on one end, windows frosted from the inside. But the strangest part was the smell. It was inside now, thick and greasy, like something had been living there for weeks. I opened the door and immediately gagged. The stove was knocked over, shelves broken, cot torn apart. The walls had marks on them, muddy, oily streaks that looked like handprints but too large and too narrow. And on the back wall, in dark smudges, someone or something had drawn an outline of a person. Not detailed, just a tall, thin shape with long limbs and no face. That was it for me. I didn't pack anything. I turned around and left, drove straight to town, and called a cleanup service to go up and clear the place out. I signed over the property for almost nothing and didn't ask for a receipt. I didn't care. A few months later, I ran into a ranger at a bar in Espanola. We got to talking and I brought up the cabin without the details. Just mentioned I'd stayed out there. He nodded and said, "Lot of weird stories out that way. Old legends. Some say it's skinwalker territory. Locals won't hunt up there after dark. I didn't say anything, didn't feel the need to. I'd seen enough. Now I live near Durango, Colorado. New place, nothing fancy. I stay close to people. I don't go deep into the woods anymore. I don't camp alone. I don't leave chairs out on porches overnight. And if I ever smell that stench again, burnt hair and meat, I won't look around. I'll just leave. Because whatever that thing was, it wasn't human. But it was real. And it knew I was there. It let me leave once. I'm not testing my luck again. It was a late autumn afternoon when I first noticed something wasn't quite right. I had been a park ranger for just over 5 years, working in the rugged backwoods of the Cascade Range. The air had started to turn colder, and the usual tranquility of the forest was beginning to give off an eerie feeling. The days were shorter, and the trees stood bare against a gray sky that seemed to press down on the earth with an unusual weight. That day, I was assigned to the northern sector, the furthest point of my usual patrol area. It was a part of the park that rarely saw visitors. The dense woods, steep hills, and winding trails made it challenging for most hikers. There was one old ranger cabin up there, a small, dilapidated structure that hadn't been used for years. It had been a long time since anyone had maintained it, but it was still marked on the map as a potential shelter if the weather turned bad or if someone found themselves stranded. I had been to that cabin only once before, during a routine inspection when I was still new to the job. Back then, it felt isolated but peaceful. Now, however, there was something about it that seemed different, almost foreboding. Maybe it was the stillness in the air or the way the wind seemed to whisper through the trees. Either way, I had to make sure it was in good condition, especially as the first snow of the season was approaching. The hike to the cabin was long, but not difficult. I followed the trail that wound through thick pines, my boots crunching through the layer of fallen needles on the ground. As I climbed higher, the trees grew denser, and the wind started picking up. The sky had turned a dull gray, and the temperature dropped noticeably. The cabin finally came into view as I rounded a bend in the trail. It looked exactly as I remembered, small, weathered, with a sagging roof and moss creeping up the sides. The door, which had once been sturdy, was now slightly ajar, swinging on rusty hinges. I felt an odd sense of discomfort as I approached. I knew it was just a cabin, a structure built for function, but the way the door hung there, almost waiting for me, made the place feel like it was holding its breath, as if it had been waiting for someone to come back. I stood there for a moment, unsure if I should even go inside. It wasn't like I was afraid of being in the woods alone. I'd spent countless nights out there, camping or working, but something about this place gave me pause. I shook it off, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks. With a deep breath, I pushed the door open fully and stepped inside. The smell hit me first. A mix of damp wood, musty air, and something faintly metallic. It was colder inside than I expected, the temperature dropping even further as I closed the door behind me. The interior was even more run down than I remembered. The wood floors were covered in layers of dust, and the windows were streaked with grime. There was a small wood stove in the corner, but the chimney was clogged with debris, and it didn't look like it had been used in years. The only furnishings were an old cot in the far corner, a rickety wooden table, and a couple of chairs. Nothing in the cabin had been touched in ages. I went to check the small pantry built into the wall, finding only a few cans of expired food and some dry rations that had probably been left behind by another ranger. It wasn't much, but in an emergency, it would suffice. I began to check the structure of the cabin itself, making sure there were no leaks in the roof, no cracks in the walls, no signs of damage that could compromise the safety of anyone using the place. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was subtle, like someone or something was just out of sight, hidden in the shadows. Every so often, I'd catch a flicker of movement outside the cabin, just a flicker in the corner of my eye. When I looked, nothing was there. I dismissed it as nothing more than the wind or my nerves getting the better of me. But then, just as I was about to finish my inspection, I heard it. A low thump, followed by another, like something was knocking on the cabin door. My heart skipped a beat. The sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic to be the wind. It was coming from outside. My first instinct was to call out, but I stopped myself. There was no one around for miles. I would have heard a vehicle or someone approaching from a distance. Yet here I was, in the middle of the forest, with a thump, thump, thump echoing through the quiet. I slowly made my way to the door, my hand trembling slightly as I reached for the handle. I stood there for a moment, listening for any sound. There was nothing but silence. The wind had died down, and even the usual rustling of the trees had ceased. I cracked the door open just enough to peek outside, but saw nothing. The trail leading up to the cabin was empty, just the same old path I had walked in on. I stepped outside, scanning the trees, the brush, and the forest floor, but it was as still as death. My breath hung in the air, faint clouds of condensation forming as I exhaled. I listened again, trying to catch any sign of movement, but there was nothing. I felt a chill down my spine, a sense of unease creeping in once more. I told myself to calm down, that I was just overthinking things. The forest played tricks on people, and the stillness was unnerving at times. I was alone, yes, but that didn't mean I was in danger. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I stepped back into the cabin and locked the door behind me. I checked the windows, pulling the blinds down to obscure the view. It was silly, I thought, but I felt safer with them closed, even if it didn't make sense. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. I finished my inspection and decided to spend the night in the cabin. I had packed enough supplies for a few days, and it would give me time to take care of some paperwork and maintenance reports. As night fell, the temperature dropped further. I stoked the small fire in the wood stove and settled into the cot in the corner of the cabin, trying to shake off the unease I had been feeling all day. The fire crackled and popped, casting flickering shadows against the walls. I listened to the wind howl outside, feeling the isolation weigh heavily on me. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of something scraping against the side of the cabin. My eyes snapped open, heart pounding. It was a slow, dragging sound, as if something was rubbing against the walls. I lay perfectly still, listening, my mind racing. The sound came again. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It was unmistakable now, and it was coming from the back of the cabin. I reached for my flashlight, trying not to make a sound. My thoughts were scattered, my body tense with fear. What the hell was that? I tried to reason with myself, but fear kept gnawing at me. I grabbed my rifle from the corner, checking the chamber before moving to the back door. I wasn't sure what I expected to find, but whatever it wasn't normal. The scraping continued, getting louder now, like something or someone was trying to claw their way into the cabin. I crept to the back window, carefully peering through the blinds. My flashlight swept over the scene outside, illuminating nothing but trees, rocks, and the dark shadows of the forest. No movement, nothing. The sound stopped suddenly, leaving a deafening silence in its wake. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, trying to steady my breathing, but there was no further noise. The rest of the night passed without incident. The scraping didn't return, and the wind eventually died down. The next morning, I packed up my gear and prepared to leave. The forest was calm once again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching me. As I made my way down the trail, I looked back at the cabin one last time. It stood there, old and weathered, but I couldn't help but feel like it was no longer just a building. It had become something else, something I couldn't explain. I didn't return to that cabin again. There was no reason to. The park was vast, and I had more pressing matters elsewhere. But every so often, I'd find myself walking past the northern sector, and I'd glance toward the thick woods, remembering the strange events that had unfolded. The cabin still stands, somewhere in the wilderness, waiting for the next ranger to inspect it. I've heard rumors from others who worked in that area. Strange noises, odd occurrences, a lingering sense of unease. They all say the same thing. It's not the same place it used to be. I don't know what's out there, but I do know one thing. I'm never going back.